all the 8 symposiums. And we are also, we have live streaming. It's a live telecast. So it will be, it's also live telecasted in YouTube. So we have the YouTube link also. If anyone wants that link, our team will provide it to you. That link, you can share it with your team, NGO team members. They can join online and they can see the live telecast of this symposium. And this will be also be put in our HCL grant website symposium page, where in any other time you can actually go and watch the entire sessions, whatever is happening here. Thank you so much. Hope you will enjoy the entire session and look forward to having an engaging session during the day. Thank you so much.
So we're the Clark family.
உங்களுக்கு ஒரு லிங்க் வரும். அந்த லிங்க் வந்து நீங்கள் உங்களோட டீம் மெம்பர்ஸ், உங்கள் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் யாருக்கெல்லாம் இன்றைக்கி இங்கே வர முடியலையோ அவங்களுக்கு ஷேர் பண்ணிங்கன்னா இங்கே நடக்கிற ஈவெண்ட் லைவாக அவங்க பார்க்கலாம் யூடியூப்பில். அனைவருக்கும் இனிய காலை வணக்கம். A very good morning everybody. On behalf of HCL Foundation and CSR Box, I, Aishwarya Balasubramanian, and my colleague Vineet extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We are all gathered here today for HCLTech Grant Pan-India Symposiums 2024. It's indeed a very special moment today for us because of 3 reasons. Today, this is the 10th edition of HCLTech Grant, which means we are celebrating a decade of work towards rural transformation and a larger goal towards nation building. And the second one is that our academic partner, the most iconic and prestigious IIT Madras, is hosting us today, and that too in Chennai, and this is the first symposium for 2024. So we are delighted to be here in Chennai in this beautiful lush green campus. And there is a third news. It's a big news, it's an exciting news, but before that, we have to wait. And I request everybody to rise for the Tamil Thai Varthu, which will be followed by a lamp lighting ceremony.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் மதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டமிதில் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழடங்கே தமிழடங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
We can now have the lamp lighting ceremony. And we request you once again to please rise. Thank you so much.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Requesting you, all of you to be please seated. Once again, a warm welcome to the Grant Symposium. So, talking about HCLTech Grant. HCLTech Grant Pan-India Symposiums are an effort by the HCL Foundation, governments, NGOs, and corporates and policy makers. So, this is to bring about all of them on a same platform across the country so that they can interact and deliberate on how they can contribute towards nation building. And today we mark a special mention to IIT Madras for hosting us here in this lush green campus. And talking about HCLTech Grant. HCLTech Grant began in the year 2015 as a corporate social responsibility commitment of HCLTech through HCL Foundation to strengthen and empower the NGOs, engage with them and recognize them as for their path-breaking records. Focused on rural development, the HCLTech Grant Award is focused in 3 thematic categories, that is environment, education and health. கிட்டத்தட்ட 3 துறைகளில் சுகாதாரம், கல்வி மற்றும் சுற்றுச்சூழல் இந்த மூன்று துறைகளிலும் செயல்படுத்தக்கூடிய ஒரு முன்னெடுப்பு தான் இந்த HCL Grant. Every year 3 NGOs winning the top position in HCL Grant will be awarded a 5 CR project for a 4-year duration. அதாவது 4 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு 5 கோடி ரூபாய் நிதி உதவி இதன் மூலமா வழங்கப்படுகிறது. The top 2 finalists in each category will also receive a 25 lakh project for a year. So the total committed fund under this program is 16.5 crores. அதாவது 16.5 கோடி ரூபாய் ஆண்டொன்றுக்கு செலவழிக்கப்படுகிறது. அது வந்துட்டு இந்த 3 துறைகள் சுகாதாரம், கல்வி மற்றும் சுற்றுச்சூழல் இது 3லையும் முன்னணியில் வரக்கூடிய 3 NGOக்களுக்கு வழங்கப்படுகிறது. இந்த ஆண்டு சில மாற்றங்கள் நிகழ்ந்திருக்கு. அது என்னங்கிறத நாமளும் தெரிஞ்சுக்க ஆர்வமாக இருக்கும். ஸோ ஐஸ்வர்யா, what is the special about this year? Please announce for the audience.
So when we began our introduction, I said that it's a special moment because of 3 reasons. Any guesses what is the third one? It's a big news, it's a good news. நான் 3 ரீசன் சொன்னேன். இன்னைக்கு ரொம்ப ஸ்பெஷல் மூமெண்ட் எங்களுக்கு. HCLTech Grant இது 10வது வருஷம். ரெண்டாவது விஷயம் வந்து ரொம்ப ப்ரெஸ்டீஜியஸான ஐஐடி மெட்ராஸ் எங்களோட அகாடமிக் பார்ட்னர். மூணாவது ஒரு பெரிய நியூஸ், ஒரு நல்ல விஷயம். எனி கெஸ் எலிஜிபிலிட்டி க்ரைட்டீரியா பொறுத்தது? You're sort of right. Correct. ஓரளவுக்கு correct. Because this is a 10th edition and we are celebrating a decade of rural transformation, there's been a significant change in the eligibility criteria, and we are very happy to announce that NGOs applying in the health and education sector, the average expenditure for the last 3 financial years have been brought down from 1 crore to 50 lakhs. அதாவது எஜுகேஷன், கல்வி, ஹெல்த், இது ரெண்டில் இந்த 2 கேட்டகரியில் அப்ளை பண்ணுற என்ஜிஓஸோட எலிஜிபிலிட்டி க்ரைட்டீரியா வந்து நாங்கள் மாற்றிருக்கோம். லாஸ்ட் 3 வருஷம் ஃபினான்ஷியல் இயரோட ஆவரேஜ் எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர் 1 கோடியிலேருந்து 50 லட்சமாக நாங்கள் குறைச்சிருக்கோம். இதனால் நம்மளுக்கு என்னென்னா, இன்னும் நிறைய என்ஜிஓஸ் எலிஜிபிளாக இருப்பீங்க. நீங்கள் நிறைய பேர் இங்கே கேட்டிங்க என்ன எலிஜிபிலிட்டி க்ரைட்டீரியா அப்படின்னு. ஹெல்த் கேட்டகரி, எஜுகேஷன் கேட்டகரியில் 1 crore-லேருந்து 50 லட்சமாக, 1 கோடியிலிருந்து 50 லட்சமாக நம்ம எலிஜிபிலிட்டி க்ரைட்டீரியா கம்மி பண்ணிட்டோம். அதனால் இன்னும் நிறைய என்ஜிஓஸ் இந்த கிராண்ட்டுக்கு நீங்கள் அப்ளை பண்ணலாம். அண்ட் the eligibility criteria for environment remains the same. It's going to be minimum of 50 lakhs or above. Environment category-ல எந்த மாற்றமும் கிடையாது. அதில் 50 லட்சம், மினிமம் 50 லட்சம், இல்லைனா அதுக்கு மேலேயான இருக்கிற NGO லாஸ்ட் 3 years ஃபினான்ஷியல் இயரோட எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர் ஆவரேஜ் அவ்வளோ இருந்தால் நீங்கள் கண்டிப்பாக HCLTech grantக்கு அப்ளை பண்ணலாம். So we've spoken so much about HCLTech grant, and I think we all agree history is very important, and we said that it's 10 years, we are in the 10th edition. So we should talk a bit more about HCL grant's footprint and its presence. So over to my colleague Vineet.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Yes sir, 16.5 CRங்கிறது நம்ம இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம்காக கமிட் பண்ணியிருக்கிற பட்ஜெட். அதில் நம்ம சொன்ன மாதிரி 3 துறைகள், சுகாதாரம், கல்வி, ரைட். Grant is remaining the same, 5 CR.
Sure, definitely, sir. We will take questions towards the end of the session.
Your policy is changed, okay, but your grant is just like this. It's a controversy.
Sir, we are not here to do any, so we have a time, we have HCL grant session. During that time, we'll address your, we will take your, please understand. We are not here to, so please, we are not here to do any activism mode or something like that. We can talk, offline we can talk. I'll address your query, don't worry. This is one of the eligibility criteria which we have reduced. Okay, please understand. This is because to give more chance to those NGOs who were not able to apply also in HCL grant because of this 1 crore. Do you guys agree or not? So this eligibility criteria is for you guys. Okay, we'll talk more about it. Let the show begin. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Robin. So, talking about the footprints of HCLTech grant. So, many projects that started as an idea over a decade back are now embedded in the government systems, which is lending velocity to the change process across this nation. And we have impacted over 2.2 million lives and reaching over 27,000 villages in 131 districts across 22 states and 2 union territories of our country. And today, HCLTech grant is a testament of empowering rural India through transformation of NGOs. நாடு முழுக்க இந்த 10 ஆண்டு காலத்தில் நாம் 22 லட்சம் மக்களை ரீச் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். 131 மாவட்டங்கள், 22 மாநிலங்கள், 2 யூனியன் பிரதேசங்கள் நாம் இதுவரை சென்றடைஞ்சிருக்கோம். அதுதான் இந்த HCL Tech Grant Program உடைய வெற்றி. And I'm also happy to share that HCL Tech Grant has hosted over 44 in-person symposiums and 22 e-symposiums during 2020, during the COVID era. So, which has witnessed a participation of more than 25,000 plus NGOs across this country, and more than thousands of people associated with us. This year too, we have the opportunity to host multiple symposiums in multiple locations across our country. It's starting right here in Chennai, and this will continue till Patna, Bhubaneswar, Shillong, Hyderabad, Udaipur, Dehradun, and Delhi. ஸோ இந்த 8 நகரங்கள்லையும் அடுத்து நம்ம HCL Tech Grant Symposium தொடர இருக்கிறது. அடுத்த நிகழ்ச்சி நிரலுக்காக ஐஸ்வர்யா.
Moving on to the next session, I am very delighted to invite Mr. Kaviraj Nair, CEO of the Office of Institutional Advancement at IIT Madras, to deliver the welcome address. Mr. Kaviraj Nair is a seasoned business leader with more than 2 decades of rich and diverse experience in sectors such as IT, media, and power. He is an alumnus of IIT Madras and IIM Bangalore. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Aishwarya, and very warm welcome to all of you to our IIT Madras campus. Extremely heartening and happy to see all of you present here, a diverse cross-section of the whole CSR ecosystem, like starting with corporate HCL Tech Grant and NGO partners and all of you. I hope you have a great session ahead, and please let us know. We are more than happy to host you. When we got this opportunity, and when Vasudha spoke to me about this, we didn't have to think even 1 minute before, agreeing to be a partner. It's an absolute honor and a privilege for us to be a partner with HCL Foundation and CSR Box to host you all in our campus. I just want to take a couple of minutes to talk about the CSR ecosystem and the role that IIT Madras is playing in this, and of course a little bit about HCL Tech Foundation also. So as you know, CSR in India has clearly evolved significantly over the last few years, especially with the Companies Act of 2013, where they mandated that 2% of the profits of profit-making companies should be spent on socially relevant activities. And we see this landscape clearly evolving over a period of time. Instead of now auditors are asking what is the impact that you have created with the CSR fund. So companies are demanding, which is all very good, right? It's moving in the right direction. And people have started realizing at the ministerial level, talk about, we hosted our then Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, in this hall as part of our CSR conclave last year. And she went at length to talk about the relevance of CSR in nation building and how companies can use that for really scalable, sustainable projects, right? And I've been finding that, HCL Tech invests a lot of time and effort in empowering and strengthening the NGO ecosystem, and they really believe with a focus on rural development. So what are some of the modes of engagement that corporates usually use? There could be things like a pure philanthropic partnership, just give the money and then leave it at that, right? And then let the project happen. And it could be a more in a transactional way, of course, but providing the resource. That's one way. Second is a strategic partnership, where the CSR strategy of the organization aligns with the core business strategy of the organization also, right? And that lends the project with a lot of sustainability and scalability, because it is important for the organization also. And the next level of that also happens when there is shared value between the organization and the NGO partner, right? Then there is an organic growth of the program, creating economic value for the society. And the third part, of course, is the capacity building. Capacity building is another area where organizations train the NGOs, and of course, besides providing the resources and the strategic direction to the projects, it kind of helps. And what do NGOs bring onto the table? They bring on-ground expertise, community trust, and because they know the realities and the constraints so well, they are able to provide guidance on coming up with innovative solutions, right? So this is how this ecosystem very clearly works. And as we see, there is a lot more of emphasis on technology. Technology is really, in IIT, we believe we champion technology for social good as our motto for all our CSR projects, right? And technology plays a very vital role in creating non-linear impact in the whole ecosystem. And if you look at data analytics, mobile technology, or digital platforms, or any of that, they help in monitoring the impact of the project. I think that's another. So the two key trends that I'm seeing there, organizations, the donor organizations clearly emphasize on outcome-based projects. They are very keen to monitor the outcomes, and that is possible only if you use technology to the fullest. Second part, I think NGOs also now realize the need to work with multiple stakeholders. The project is no longer going to be with, one NGO and one corporate, right? They're going to be it's a complex ecosystem. There is going to be policymakers, there are influencers, there is government, there is academic institutions like ours, and then there is, other co-NGOs who maybe work on different part of the value chain. And all of this help, we are in constant touch with the regular corporates and NGOs right, in our office, right? And everybody is looking at creating shared value, creating national impact, scalability, sustainability. The project should be sustainable over a period of time, all of that. So I think there is room for all the elements of this ecosystem to learn and grow, right? The corporates need to understand the changing environment. The NGOs need to equally understand the need to work, coexist and co-work and co-create with other partners and take things forward. I will take maybe exactly 1 or 2 minutes about what IIT Madras is doing. So I also saw that HCLTech Foundation is very keen on rural part, especially education, healthcare, sustainability, and similar areas. At IIT Madras, we launched the School of Sustainability last year. So it is essentially an umbrella program where we already have courses being taught by faculty in chemical engineering or civil engineering or environmental engineering or chemistry and all of those, which cater to areas in sustainability related areas. And there are different slivers of work under that. It could be in green ammonia, green hydrogen, or renewables area, or decarbonization, of course, is a big topic, right? Carbon sequestration, carbon capture and CCUS and all of that. So that is one part. So we have started under the leadership of Professor Ashwin Mahalingam. We have started the School of Sustainability, which is going to offer electives in the first phase, then a master's program in the second phase, and at some point of time in the future when it is relevant, we will hopefully offer an undergraduate program also. So this shows, and the very thought behind the School of Sustainability is this, this need that the realization of the need that all corporates and all, there is so much need in capacity building in this area, in a rigorous training. And I think all of you will be able to, all the NGOs partners here will be able to leverage and take advantage of some of the courses that we offer here to fine-tune your skills better, and which will help you work with organizations like HCLTech in a much more productive and symbiotic way. Second part, of course, is the NPTEL is a program in skill development that we have. It's a national program on technology enhanced learning, a portal where several courses are being offered. I think I'll be remiss in my duty if I don't mention about this. So we started off with IIT Madras, and several IIT and IIM faculty are involved in offering courses there. So you can take courses, and these are credited courses. There are proctored exams, supervised exams. So unlike in a Coursera or edX where you could do this at home, so there are doubt clearing sessions, and there are courses starting from music appreciation to hardcore metallurgy and all of that, right? So there are several courses which will be helpful for each of you in environmental sustainability, healthcare, and related areas as well. So please do. It's the largest digital platform for learning. So we look forward to all of you checking out this platform and maybe utilizing it. So it's a very pure philanthropic initiative that we are doing there. And healthcare, of course, is a very large cluster in IIT Madras. We have launched a Department of Medical Technology and Engineering last year, where the intersection of technology and medical sciences is the focus. So there are several projects. You can have while you are here in the campus, we invite you to take a look at all of these things. I think that is pretty much what I wanted to cover. Yeah, IIT Madras, the energy cluster, there is a lot of area, skill development and education, healthcare, there are several projects. Vasudha, who leads the CSR projects for us, she's also here. She will be here throughout the day. So please feel free to have conversations with her or me, and to know more about what IIT Madras is doing. And of course, we are extremely grateful to HCLTech for organizing this. Have read a lot about the projects, and of course, Robin spoke about the grant and other, the grant that HCLTech is offering. Very grateful to you for doing this, and I hope you all have a great time. Very warm welcome to you again to our campus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think the mention on technology being a technology company, I think that stood out for most of us. And also, it's very exciting to know about the Center for Sustainable Development. I request Ambika Natarajan, Senior Vice President, HCLTech, to felicitate Mr. Kaviraj Nair. If you could please come to the stage, please. We can actually clap.
We can't hear your clapping.
Yeah.
Guys, please. I want energy in this room.
Thank you once again, sir. To deliver the keynote address and set the context for the day, I request Ms. Ambika Natarajan, Senior Vice President, HCLTech, to join us. Ms. Ambika has 2 decades of experience with a focus on workforce transformation and strategizing product solution platforms that drive inclusive development for maximizing human potential. She currently heads product and service delivery for EdTech business at HCLTech. We welcome you, Ms. Ambika.
Vanakkam, Chennai. Good morning. Okay, equal decibel levels for both. So I'm safe. So kalandu pesalam. Konjam Tamil, konjam English. First of all, very excited to see HCL Grant Symposium happening in Chennai. Because the grant team has been inviting me for the last so many years when they run these symposiums in different parts of India. And there's always some conflict. Annala, I haven't been able to travel and do this, be a part of the symposium. So very excited that it's happening in Namma Ooru, Chennai. So I'm very happy. That's the first thing. The second thing, just so that you know, I've been part of this HCL grant journey for the last 7 years as a sub-jury member in the education track. So, which means that 7 years, as Robin rightly said, 7 into 10. So 70 projects, proposals that have gone through a rigorous round of review, along with the partners who've done such a fantastic job, the field service officers who go to the length and breadth of the country. And I must confess that year on year, it is only getting more and more difficult for us to pick a winner. Invariably, every year when the sub-jury meets, at least for my track, I know for education, there is always a tie, and it's very, very difficult to pick that one winner because the delta between the first, second, and the third is very small. I know we have a panel discussion later in the day today where we're going to talk about submissions and what is it that we look for, where is the room for us to evolve. There is no good or bad proposal at all. There is no good or bad project. Anything that is done for the good of society, a section of the society, the have-nots of the society, is always a good project. It's just that there are certain differentials that we look for and certain other aspects of connectedness. And we'll talk more about it during the panel discussion. So I represent HCLTech, which is one of the global IT companies. This morning, those of you who woke up to a nice cup of coffee, read through a newspaper, either in print or in a digital format, took a vehicle in some form. Many of you have taken a flight to be here in Chennai from Coimbatore or any of the adjacency areas, right? On your way, if you have gone to an ATM and swiped and picked out some money, right, withdrew some money, or used your credit card to do a transaction, and then as you head back home or to your hotel, if you're using any of the services that the hospitality industry is giving you, trust me, you've been touched by HCLTech in some form or the other. So as an IT company, very proud to say that we have a presence in 50% of the global 500 companies. What does that mean? It means that we're doing some work or the other for 50% of the G500. So we are partner to 50%. And these are verticals spanning right from, as I just told you, if you're using a coffee machine, so right from hardware, software, devices, clinical devices, diagnostics, aviation, aerospace, banking, financial services, and that's why I alluded to a Paytm or, if you'd gone and done some credit transaction or any of those kind of transactions. So there is a financial software, there is a cloud, there are connected devices. So HCLTech, in more ways than one, is touching citizens across the globe and not just India. And it comes from the Indian soil, so very proud to represent that. Also important is that where are we evolving? 3 years back, one fine morning, all of us woke up to hear in every news channel, COVID, COVID, COVID. Yes or no? Okay. Today, what do you wake up to hear? Is there something equivalent of that, but not so threatening, but it's definitely invading our lives? What is that? Any guesses? AI, absolutely. Artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence. It is disrupting the way businesses are going to be conducted in the future. It is also disrupting the existence of several traditional models of business. It is all pervasive. Now, there is this huge speculation about, are we going to lose jobs? Is it going to displace? Is it going to replace? No. AI is here to augment the way we work, but it will augment provided we are prepared for it. So is the NGO landscape any different from a corporate landscape which has to quickly re-engineer itself to deliver to the new normal, which is it's a completely knowledge economy, it's a generative economy, and the underpinning is completely AI in different avatars. So let's take a quick look at what's happening in the corporate world, because from there, you will draw a lot of parallels, analogies on how some of this can be simplified and used in the NGO world. ஒரு சின்ன எக்ஸாம்பிள் கொடுக்குறேன். Earlier, ஏதாவது ஒரு content வேணும்னா, what would we do? We would go to Google, right? We would search. Google என்ன வரும்? ஒரு லட்சம் results வரும். கரெக்டா? First link பார்ப்போம், second link, third link, மிஞ்சி fourth link. But each and every link I have to open, I have to read, I have to make my notes, I have to compile, and then I have to prepare something. Iniki generative AI has eliminated the need for you to do that, right? You go to ChatGPT, Claude, Hugging Face, you just give the query. It's going and searching lakhs and lakhs of documents relevant to that and giving you information the way you can consume it. In many, many ways, this is like a instant noodle equivalent, right? So what you get in instant noodles in 2 minutes and 4 minutes, you're now getting it through a generative AI, and which is information. So what changes then? What changes now is that our own ability to process that information. I come from the EdTech line of business in HCLTech. So what do we do in the EdTech line of business? We work with universities, skilling corporations across the globe and enterprises and help in talent transformation. So talent transformation to make them employable, to make them job ready. Okay, so the focus on job readiness is becoming, it's just speaking. Why? Same problem statement. And it's not just an Indian story. Yeah? This is a story globally. You have fresh workforce, you have obsolete workforce, people who do not have the necessary skills. So where does AI come in here? Generative AI is actually going to change the way we learn. Why? Because it's no longer a test of memory. Because the memory part, the recall part, is coming from generative AI. It will help you recall. It's going to be a test of application. How are you going to apply what you get? The same Google was available to all of us in this room, right? And it still is. But how do you use those results versus how do I use the results? So the ability to do good with those results. So where is a corporate like HCLTech going? Today, like we have in engineering services, a cloud offering, we've got our digital business, we've got a full-blown offering on artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence itself has 3 layers. Basic layer, core, where you need to be a hardcore engineer to work on different models and algorithms. Adu oru layer. Second layer, what we call as applied AI, which is all about, creating softwares. நீங்க எல்லாருமே ஒரு கூகுள் ப்ளே ஸ்டோர் இல்லை iOS ஸ்டோர் யூஸ் பண்ணியிருப்பீங்க. Today, like that store, we have a ChatGPT store. So look at the pace at which technology is hitting us. So a corporate like us works on applied AI, which is a second layer. But there is a third layer, which all of you in this room can leverage very effectively. And that is about how do you bring in efficiency into your existing processes with generative AI. So the first step for that is for all of you to learn generative AI. Sign up, practice, see how you can extend it into your existing ecosystem, whether it's your work process, your data collection process. You do not have to add people linearly. You will have to do more and more with the people that you have. That's your efficiency. And then how do you reduce the turnaround time to do some patterns, to present a very strong case to your donors? Because your donors are also getting more and more intelligent with generative AI. So how do you create strong cases, right? So that's where the big shift is going to happen. So on that note, I just want to tell you, when you go back to your hotel rooms today to sip your coffee, read your paper, catch up on the news, remember there is an all-pervasive technology around it. And in that technology, which has always been there, there is a new addition. And that addition is generative AI. So all the best to all of you. Do embrace the tech so that you can stay ahead, you can stay relevant, and you can continue to do the amazing work that all of you have as a charter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ambika, for breaking down AI in such a simple terms and simple steps. I think some of us will definitely go back and learn a lot about generative AI. I request Ms. Malarviri, Executive Director, Hope Foundation, to felicitate Ms. Ambika Natarajan. Hope Foundation has been a partner with HCL Foundation for over 11 years now. Requesting Malarviri to facilitate Ms. Ambika Natarajan. Some energy, please. We can clap for her. Now I request my colleague Robin Thomas, Group Manager, HCL Foundation, to talk about Mr. Shivnadar, our Chairman Emeritus. எங்களோட முன்னாள் சேர்பர்சன் ஷிவ்னாடார் பற்றி சில வார்த்தைகள் பேசுறதுக்கு என்னோட கலீக் ராபின் தாமஸ் இங்கே இருக்காரு.
Hello, good morning everyone. I am today standing here with so much gratitude and honor to introduce Mr. Shiv Nadar. Why we are all today here, the evolution of HCLTech, the evolution of HCL Foundation, and evolution of Shiv Nadar Foundation, the man behind for all of this institution, Mr. Shiv Nadar. So let me take this opportunity. It is my honor to introduce Mr. Shiv Nadar, a visionary whose impact spans both in the business world and philanthropy. We have heard from Ambika that where HCLTech is today, how we started, and where we are today as an empire. But how we did that is what we would like to show you. So before we go into that video, I just want to speak a little bit about Mr. Shiv Nadar. He is born in Tamil Nadu, in a very small village, Mulaipuri, Thuthukudi, Tamil Nadu. Shiv Nadar's educational journey took him to the American College in Madurai and PSG College of Technology in Coimbatore, where he earned a degree in electrical and electronics engineering. In 1976, that's when HCL was started, and it was started with a group of 8 college friends led by Mr. Shiv Nadar with an investment of only 1,87,000 at that time. And today, we are so proud to say that HCLTech is a $13.3 billion global company with over 2,27,000 employees across 60 countries. Mr. Nadar is also recognized as a pioneer of India's IT industry. Under his leadership, HCL has led technological advancements for over 45 years today. Mr. Nadar also founded Shiv Nadar Foundation in 1994. Over 30 years, he has invested more than 1.2 billion, impacting over 39,000 students through the Shiv Nadar Foundation initiatives. He also established SSN College of Engineering in Chennai in 1996. Shiv Nadar's life is the power of vision. It shows the power of vision and education. So as we watch this video of his journey, let us be inspired by his dedication to creating opportunities and transforming the lives. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Nadar, please.
That was very inspiring. And moving on, to elaborate more about the work of HCL Foundation, the CSR arm of HCL Technologies, I would like to invite upon the stage Dr. Nidhi Pundir, Vice President, Global CSR, HCL Tech, and Director, HCL Foundation. Welcome, Nidhi.
Namaskar, a very good morning. Vanakkam, Chennai. Thank you so much, and I think it's again a very, very emotional moment. We stand here in a very prestigious institution, IIT Madras, and sincere thanks, heartfelt thanks to the entire management of IIT Madras for hosting us here. Thank you so much. Our friends from HCL fraternity are here. Ambika just addressed all of you, and I see the HCL Foundation. I also see global business fraternity friends and friends from NGOs, media partners, amazing, lovely HCL Foundation team members, and many of you who haven't seen them yet, all of them, please show up, just stand or just show your hands wherever you are. I can see Shelly there, the person behind everything that you are seeing with Robin. Of course, just show up, team. Stand up wherever you are. So you have, and I saw Dr. Chetna, Simi. Just show yourself. I am just showing all of them so that you can reach out to them. That's Josh, Shelly. I see the entire team here. Sumit. Reach out to them if you need anything. Millie is, of course, I don't see Millie today, but yeah. They're all here to help you out, but most importantly, many of you NGO friends, you really want to connect on other programs of HCL Foundation also, than HCL Grant. Please connect with all of us because we receive many emails throughout the year for associating with HCL Foundation. I really want to say it's a mutual feeling. We also love to partner, connect with partners, and whatever we are today, it's all because of beautiful 250 partnerships signed on MOUs that we have all over the country with NGOs. So with that, I would just please want to share very briefly about what HCL Foundation is. You just saw the journey of Mr. Shiv Nadar, with his blessings, and now Mrs. Roshni Nadar Malhotra, who's Mr. Shiv Nadar's daughter, and she is the chairperson of HCLTech, also the chairperson of the CSR committee, and we here represent the HCLTech CSR arm, which is HCL Foundation. I just want to make that clear because there's a lot of confusion between Shiv Nadar Foundation, HCL Foundation, and often the requests get mixed up. And obviously when you have a story of Mr. Nadar in front of you, we often kind of end up making that little, and it's a confusion which is a welcome confusion, but otherwise from governance point of view, we are very distinct organizations. HCL Foundation is the CSR arm of HCLTech, which is the $14 billion company you just saw the story of. The Shiv Nadar Foundation is the personal philanthropic foundation by the family, which focuses on leadership education through various institutions like the Shiv Nadar University, the SSN institutions, the Vidya Gyan initiatives, the Shiksha, the Shiv Nadar schools, and then there is another distinct foundation on wildlife conservation called the Habitats Trust. All of this is housed within the Family Philanthropic Initiative by Mr. Shiv Nadar, Mrs. Roshni Nadar Malhotra, Mrs. Nadar, and Mr. Shikhar Malhotra. The HCL Foundation, which is very much housed with the company, the HCLTech, has to follow all the CSR laws, the CSR frameworks that we have of the country in India, as well as we implement for some of our, I would say, the larger donor community that wants to invest in the development space. With that, I'll give you a quick overview on HCL Foundation. very much aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals, and I always bring in this discourse, and the moment I come, it becomes a little more technical and serious, because each year we have seen the quality of proposals which are pitched by for HCLTech grant by the NGOs is really becoming better and better, and I don't want to use the word, but I must use. In fact, we are in an institution that stands out for competition, is getting very competitive. Extremely competitive, and it's becoming difficult. We have the subject matter experts here seated in the front row. Reach out to them. They will tell you how difficult it is to cull out and really make that choice that who is going to be the recipient of the prestigious HCLTech grant. It's important, friends, to also note this is the 10th year of the HCLTech grant. And all 10 years we have received, I would say, a lot of love, affection, as well as trust in the methodology of HCLTech grant. And I'll give a huge shout out to our governance partners, Grant Thornton, which is also seated in the room, and who have extensively reviewed the applications from governance point of view till the board level governance. We have NGO Box in the room, who's been our outreach, and you are all listed with them. And I think each year, these series of symposiums, 10 symposiums which we conduct across the country, and we do not repeat the locations on purpose, is that I would say we do come back after a year or two, but then we go to different parts of the country, just not with the purpose of telling you about that there is a 16.5 crore grant opportunity out there from HCLTech, but also to understand the nuances of the CSR law, the frameworks like Sustainable Development Goals, where we really need to be aligned, and most importantly, the direction by the Government of India, because the larger purpose of HCLTech grant has always been nation building. It is so, I would say it's kind of coinciding with the formation of the new government and the oath taking yesterday, and I hope you have well noted the ministerial cabinet and the new direction as the government takes over in third term. This is a very unique state, always stood for independent democracy, governance, and I would see that across South India we do have representation here. Again, going back to the SDG framework, they are very different, and as of date they are looking very different in each state. And therefore there is a very big body out there called Niti Aayog. So this framework, when you will write your proposals, kindly reflect on the Niti Aayog indicators. And I'm saying that again because they will be very different for your state, for the district, for the villages, for the blocks that you are applying. And that would be reviewed carefully by our subject matter experts. It is done each year. We'll keep doing that. If the proposal is disconnected from the national reality, if it is disconnected from the state and the block reality, possibly that's not the correct proposal. So we always say, pay a lot of attention to the situation assessment, look around what's happening, and under any circumstance, avoid duplication of funding, friends. Because we have very little resource for the problems for which you are working. And it's important for us to converge. It's important for us to work together and talk to various stakeholders. I've been traveling south of India last 8 days now consecutively, including the weekends in forests. And one thing I'm very, very proud of about HCL Foundation projects, at least 4 or 5 that I have visited in depth, gone to the field, talked to the communities, government officers, including officers from forest, is convergence, is leveraging of resources, is connecting with each other. It's coordinated committees for review along with the communities of that region who can vouch for socio-economic environmental development that has happened through these projects of HCLTech grant and other programs of HCL Foundation, which include program Samuday, which is our biggest rural development program. Maybe we can move the slide. which is there in, I'll just come back to this dashboard, but just go back. That's the presence of HCL Foundation today across the country. And if you see, HCL Foundation also in big ways started from state of Uttar Pradesh, which is considered to be the Karma Bhumi of HCLTech. And Mr. Nadar went all the way from Tamil Nadu, and he actually made Uttar Pradesh his, I would say, place of action for many of his programs, and so did HCL Foundation. Samuday came up as a rural development program, which is a showcase program, model program, which has been investing almost 90 to 100 crores per year in one district consecutively. And I'm again very glad to announce here in Madras that we have expanded Samuday to Tamil Nadu, to Tuticorin district in its full swing. And that was from the learnings that we made in Uttar Pradesh. Of course, the flavor is very different in Tamil Nadu, and that's another milestone that HCL Foundation has achieved between my last year's report to all of you to this year. Harit was another addition, which is Environment Conservation Program, which has its footprints in 7 states already and is doing amazingly well on different contours of environment, which include water conservation, animal welfare, afforestation, marine ocean conservation, and environment education. Very happy to report that Harit won the National Water Award by Government of India for Best Practice in Industry, and 57, actually now 67 plus, that report is due, billion liters of water conserved by HCL Foundation through, convergent efforts. Of course, Uday, many of you want to collaborate with us on urban economic upliftment of communities, especially focused on migrant communities. Reach out to Prajo, Dr. Chetna, Josh. There are a lot of people here. If you need to talk to them, Harit, of course, I see Aishwarya in the room. Talk to them, know more about these programs. So HCLTech grant, while it is one avenue where you file your applications, but you do become a part of a larger database, which is not only utilized by HCL Foundation for its various programs, but also by many other corporates. And NGO Box, of course, is here, who definitely disseminates widely your capabilities to be able to implement, and they're well connected with various other donors. Uday program focuses on breaking the cycle of urban poverty, again has a massive footprint across all the locations where HCLTech has a presence as a part of our immediate neighborhood responsibility. And I just want to reiterate, we will remain focused in only those cities where HCLTech has a presence under Uday, because that's the mandate by the board to us. Coming to HCLTech grant, of course, with all these programs, we have special initiatives under sports. I'm so happy to say that today, through our grassroots sports initiatives, we have international players. Rather, Jerlin actually won the prestigious Arjuna Award by Honorable President of India. And those are the stories of impact that our sports initiatives have been able to show. Again, if you're interested in sports, connect with Prajo here, and he'll be able to guide you. We have artisans initiatives under My Heart, where we are connecting artisans to customers through an e-commerce market called My eHeart, curated specially for those artisans who never get a window to sell their product directly, and middlemen make a lot of money and they hardly get anything. Today, I'm so proud to say that we have more than 1,000, maybe you can move the slide as I speak to the next special initiatives. I'll come to Power 1, but I just want to mention about My Heart. Let's go to My Heart first. We can come back. My Heart, where we have now, you can see the number of artisans and the number of products which are listed, and not only listed, we have been able to work with artisans on their marketing skills, on their quality checking skills, on their ability to be able to scale up. And there are very prestigious partnerships, for example, with National Cooperative Union of India, NCUI, which is the largest cooperative bringing together artisans across the country. So happy to say that very recently the saris woven by artisans actually were showcased in London Museum, and that is the journey that our artisans are able to make through these initiatives completely supported under CSR. Coming to Power of One, which is a very, very, I would say, humble initiative by the employees of HCLTech, but that humbleness and humility becomes a very big number, almost 100,000 hours devoted by HCLTech, highly qualified technical people to serve communities as their volunteering hours without any leave behind it or without any honorarium behind it. They come out and they serve the communities, and most importantly, the 1 rupee, 5 rupee, 10 rupee contribution that they make towards the communities, which we collect as a fund and we dedicate it towards scholarship of meritorious students and exceptionally good sports scholars. Jerlin is one example of this scholarship who went on to win the prestigious Arjuna Award, and many in the row. I met almost 15 such players from cricket and kabaddi just yesterday. There's a bus standing outside which is dedicated to sports, and we have several such buses which actually help mobility of children from their communities to stadiums where they can actually practice and they can be a part of the mainstream sport. I really want to mention that many of these children have never had the opportunity even to sit in a train ever. Forget about flights. In fact, yesterday, a player was sharing with me that she went to Nagaland. And no, it was a scout scholar. She was sharing with me she went to Nagaland. Nagaland is our HCLTech grant project. She went all the way from Chennai to Nagaland. And what she shared with us was, and I'll possibly try to wrap up after this anecdote, that we are privileged. We have so much. We have infrastructure. We have hospitals. We have schools. And this girl herself actually lived in a slum of Chennai, and today she is actually already eligible for Rashtrapati Puruskar under Scouts. We've been working with them since they were very, very young. And when she saw Nagaland, where we have been working through our HCLTech grant project in the district of, I think, Longling, and some of the PHCs, we've upgraded almost 14 PHCs there and worked with the communities. She said those women can't even reach the hospital in time when they have to deliver a baby or there is no food. And she was very appreciative coming from her that the maternal mortality has now reached a 0 mark in those 3 districts where HCLTech grant was awarded in 2016. So friends, it is, one catalyzing the other. And I only told those children that, look, 10 years from here, you have to take the baton and you are going to be the human capital, as we call ourselves human capital multipliers. This is the human capital of all of us partners together in the room, which is going to carry the baton, and they are definitely going to be and are already a part of the nation building exercise. With that, let me once again thank you all for being here, and you have a lot of excitement in the day. Stay tuned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nidhi, for taking us through the journey of HCL Foundation and your deep insights about all the flagship programs and the ground level impact that we have made over these years. What's next on the agenda? I hope we are all eager to know. And I would call upon Aishwarya to announce the next session, please.
Before that, we have a lovely video which will take us through HCL Foundation, and we definitely want all of you to watch that. Can we please have the video?
HCL Foundation was established in 2011 to bring positive impact in the lives of underserved communities in urban and rural India. HCL Foundation works in the areas of education, health and hygiene, water, sanitation, early childhood care and development, livelihood, environment, and disaster risk reduction. To bring its vision to life, HCL Foundation has brought like-minded stakeholders together. Today, government authorities, corporations, civil society organizations, NGO partners, and HCLTech volunteers collaborate under one umbrella in a robust convergence model to achieve our common goal.
HCL Foundation is a story of scale and depth. Over last 10 years, while we scaled immensely across the country, more than 20 states, we also took our programs to a very different depth. HCL Foundation has highly qualified professionals as its team members who represent the development sector. They come on board and they showcase what passion means. Results of our work on water, results of our work on afforestation, they're all stories within themselves from where we can learn and we can scale them up.
HCL Foundation has transformed millions of lives through its flagship programs like Samuday, Uday, Harit, My Clean City and HCLTech Grant, and special initiatives like Power of One, HCL Foundation Academy, My eHeart, and Sports for Change. This partnership journey that began with just 25 members today is a proud family of more than 200 partners.
Now, the CSR agenda of HCLTech is also spreading its wings globally. We are starting heavily in Americas, we are taking shape in Europe as well as APAC region. There are miles to go and we have a lot of work to be done before we call it success.
I'm sure that brought a lot of smile on our face, and I think every time we watch that video, like, we get goosebumps. So moving on to the next session, I think in the one slide in that video spoke about different stakeholders, corporates, NGO partners. You know, I think regardless of which institutions we belong to, I think it's very important to understand the law on the ground, and what are the latest policies and the changes and the amendments. Now we are moving on to the next session, which is going to be a masterclass on CSR laws and its new amendments. I invite our guest speaker, Mr. Nikhil Pant, Chief Executive Officer at REACHA, who was also a former Chief Program Executive at National Foundation for CSR, IICA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. We welcome you, Mr. Nikhil.
Very good morning to all of you. So I believe I have 25 minutes, Smita, right? Okay. So here, would I have this thing also, no? And maybe if I can move around, would I have a cordless? Is there a cordless? Because we'll try and make this very interactive, and this will be followed by Bhaumik's session. So I will try and do things which complement what Bhaumik does. Now, in this presentation, where do I point this? It's not moving. Okay. So, my presentation would try to present the last 10 years journey of CSR. It's a policy framework. And in fact, even I was, Nidhi, you just mentioned, I was also watching very closely who's going to be the next finance minister or the next minister of corporate affairs. So thankfully, Nirmala Sitharamanji is continuing. Because if there was a change, then there could have been certain changes in the policy framework. So I am kind of foreseeing, because I'm very closely working with the ministry also, I'm foreseeing more focus on impact and more focus on compliances. So this presentation will actually try and capture the journey of the last 10 years on the policy front. And we will also talk a little bit about the CSR law. And also, I think, let me tell you, I think Shelley would be doing this. There is, you have to register at HCL grant. Shelley, you'll be telling them, I believe, Robin. Towards the end, I have this particular slide where you have to register, I think, and then you can download all the material. Okay. So all of you who are here, you will get all this literature from the HCL Foundation website. So at this time, you should try and understand, grasp as much as possible and try to ask questions. Now, the last 10 years of policy framework, I will try and summarize to you and show you some data as well. It all began in 2013, as you see on the extreme left. And today we are in 23 now. In fact, it is 24, 25. But I have mentioned till 23, 24 here. The law came into action. You can have a paper and pen if you have. You can make some notes as well. It rolled out from 1st of April 2014. Right? So 10 years have elapsed. Now, through these 10 years, the controlling or the nodal ministry is called the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And there are more than 25,000 companies which do CSR every year. HCLTech is one of those eligible companies, which is doing the work that Nidhi and the team just mentioned about. Now, if you go through 2014, 15, 18, and 19, you will find that at the ministry, there is some data that is getting compiled because the companies which spend, suppose HCL Foundation budget is 100 rupees, suppose TCS budget is 200 rupees or 50 rupees. Any 100 rupee that is spent has to be reported to the ministry through a particular format called MCA 21. Now, basis that, high-level committees have been set up. If you see that there were two committees, one in 2015 and the other one in 2018, the one in 2015 was very preliminary because the law had just come in. But the one in 2018 had some data to see as to how the companies were spending. And in 2019, they came up with some changes, which were then initiated from January 2021. Those made CSR spending mandatory in the sense that either the company should spend the money or they should give it to the government. And if the company is spending the money, they get 3 years more to spend the money. It's a 1+3 formula. Basic intent was, if you are an eligible company and if there's a budget to be spent, it should be spent. First preference by the company. Second preference, you can give it to the government. I'm trying to simplify it so that I think most of you are NGOs over here. Can you raise your hands? And I think I forgot to ask my first question, which I normally ask. How many of you are aware of Section 135? Section 135, how many of you are aware? This side. Section 135, I can just see one hand, ma'am. The CSR law. The Section 135 is the CSR law. So, very few hands are still being raised. Now, and if I ask how many of you want CSR funds, can you raise your hands? So everybody will have, you can raise both hands also and stand up if it is a desperate situation. Okay, so we have to understand that whether it's an HCL or anybody, there is a framework under which they can give money. And today, if you become a partner in compliance, not just in implementation, the company would like to talk to you. In fact, Nidhi just mentioned that it's a mutual partnership. The foundation also wants good partners. And when a foundation gives money to an NGO, there is so much that depends on the NGO to deliver on time. It's a bond of trust also. The piece of paper is fine, but at the end of the day, by 31st March or quarter on quarter, you're supposed to spend money. So this is an evolving framework, and by the time we reached 23, 24, we found that broadly everybody is aware about CSR. Corporates are well set in their policies, and the NGOs are broadly understanding the requirements. Having said this, I would really appreciate HCL Foundation because we conduct symposiums like this so as to make you aware about the mandate. In fact, I will tell you the next 10 years journey also, the potential that I am foreseeing. That is very, very important. I've prepared this only yesterday, and I was watching as I said, the evolving government, the new government formation, and how that could or could not impact the way things are going forward. Now, basis this, there has been a broad spending distribution, and I will just summarize this because you can download the presentation. There are top 5 states. This is about till 2021. This is from the MCA website. The Northeast received just 1.4% of the total funds. The total funds was about 1.27 lakh crores that was spent from 2014 to 2021. The bottom 5 states just got 0.06%, which includes quite a few of the northeastern states as well. In fact, Tamil Nadu comes amongst the top 5, by the way. So, in that sense, Tamil Nadu has done reasonably well. If you see the sector-wise, the popular ones have been education, health, as we generally are aware of, and those are likely to remain that way as well. If you go a little ahead, you will find that by FY 21-22, if you see the green band, environmental expenditures have gone up because of the larger issues on climate. So if you are an NGO, you should be aware about these trends as to where the money is going. And if you have a mandate in those areas, maybe you could start thinking on those lines. A pandemic prompted a lot of spending on health, but if you see the green one, it was 1805, 1337, and then it became 2837. It doubled actually in the year FY 21-22. Now this particular data also kind of shows that there are some NSE listed companies, 15,524 crores, and this rose by about 5%. So basically this data is conveying that the spending has risen over the years, and there are certain sectors which seem to be more popular areas where the CSR money is going. Now, I wanted to show you this particular box, and this is what I prepared yesterday on the flight, and as I was seeing the ministries as well. In the coming years, I think these 10 boxes I have prepared where I see the policy framework evolving very strongly, and I'll go just one by one. If you see box number 1, we do have a stable policy framework on CSR as of today. Seasoned companies like HCL have a defined structure and shape to their policy. If you go to the HCL Foundation, how many of you have, by the way, seen the HCLTech CSR policy? Let me see. How many of you, one hand here? How many of you want funds from HCLTech Foundation? You have to read the policy. It's like the curriculum. How do you give an exam without reading the course and the curriculum? It tells you where the foundation would like to spend the money. So you have to be aware about this. So number 1 is very important. There is a stable policy framework across the companies. If you go to the company websites, you will see the curriculum of where the money is likely to go, what are the parameters. Increased focus on timely spends. If you see box number 2, if you get money, you have to spend it on time. You cannot be just, not being reporting on time in terms of your work and the impact. It is very, very critical because there is a lot of pressure on corporates to spend on a timely way. Number 3 box, there is a penalty. And a lot of ROC notices are coming. If you go to the MCA website, you will find those penalty notices are also there, where the companies have not spent in a timely manner for various reasons, or have not given the money to the government if they could not spend it. So again, this is very important for NGOs. Remember, while all of this is mostly applicable to companies, but if you want to partner a company, then you are a partner in this whole game. You have to know how you can strengthen the company's mandate. Number 4, more and more companies are engaging with CSR, keeping their business core strength in mind. So in HCLTech would like an embedding of technology as a horizontal, as Ambika was also mentioning about ChatGPT, etc. And I believe a lot of NGOs have already started looking into artificial intelligence and generative AI as to how to strengthen their monitoring frameworks, for example. Can you enhance and improve your monitoring frameworks to enhance your impact? Number 5, I've already mentioned this. NGOs are partners in compliance. You don't get funds just to implement the money and the project, but to ensure that the corporate is able to meet its compliance framework. Number 6 is what I am foreseeing because I have been in conversation with a lot of people at the IIC as well as the MCA, and with the new government in place, I am foreseeing certain changes where some of this, what is already going on and with the same ministerial berths continuing, a more reinforcement on compliances with focus on impact. In fact, the impact point I have written in box number 8. Impact assessments are becoming very, very relevant. So when you're preparing a proposal, keeping in mind the end outcome, measurable impact, and Nidhi mentioned about the Niti Aayog parameters, please always watch those parameters when you're preparing your proposals, whether it is for HCLTech grant or for any other corporate foundation. Number 7, government is becoming much more involved as partners in implementation also. You will find a lot of government partnerships welcomed by corporates. So if you can create partnerships with local governments, you will find more corporates willing to come forward to partner you. Number 9, and in fact, I also conduct a course where I am training the chartered accountants from the Institute of Chartered Accountants. The auditors are getting much more into it. Typically, the chartered accountants are experts in the taxation laws. And few of them are aware, or maybe not that much of an expertise on Section 135, which is CSR. Now, the Institute of Chartered Accountants has become much more aware about this. And if some of you are chartered accountants here, there are now courses for CAs, which is a 5-day online course conducted by the Institute of Chartered Accountants. It is important that your CA learns the finer nuances of Section 135, because that CA will be auditing the utilization of your spending. And that can strengthen your partnership with the corporate to strengthen the corporate's compliance. It's a very, very key point, number 9. Please keep this in mind. And this website, if you go to the Institute of Chartered Accountants website, you will see there's a new course coming in the next 2 days also. Just go to the ICAI website, CSR course, you will find. CSR becoming a decisive tool is what I see very strongly. And SDGs, there is a decade of action which is underway, 2030, we are saying. Smita, how much time do I have? I'm not keeping track. I'll just keep going on. Oh, Robin, how much more time? 10 minutes? Yeah. Sorry, sadly I asked Robin because okay, so I will go few slides up and down. In achieving these goals, I am again highlighting 3 key stakeholders: government, corporates, and the NGO. But I'm adding a 4th one also, which is the community level. Each one of them have a very key role to play. And if you are the NGO, your role to create the right kind of stakeholder management becomes very, very critical. And I would again say, for a training session like this, and again, I think Bhaumik will follow this up with his detailed analysis maybe on the data, etc. Please understand that whether you get HCL grant or not, whether you're eligible for HCL grant or not, and in fact, Robin was trying to explain that in the morning, learning the nuances and the rules of the game and how and where the wind is blowing is very, very important. Because if you prepare for, say, to play for the Olympics, even if you get selected into the district team first, and then to the state team and the national team, that's why how you incrementally grow. So all of these stakeholders become very, very relevant. And if you see the 3rd one, the role of NGOs is where you come in. I also am part of an NGO, and I know that when I'm working on the field, I have to be the glue. And again, Nidhi mentioned about her visit right now, the convergence and the leveraging. It is very, very critical. Please remember, CSR money is just 2%. It is very limited as compared to taxpayer money. CSR money is shareholder money. If I get 2 rupees, I must make sure that I have a program or a project which can give a higher return on investment to the corporate CSR. So these are some very fun. So this is about the whole law. I think you can download this. We don't have time to read through this. This is an important one. This talks about the various ways by which CSR funds are actually provided. And you are generally on box number 2, because that's the external NGO. Please make sure that your 12A, ATG, Form CSR1, Darpan registration. Do you have Darpan registrations or not? Please raise your hands. Otherwise, you will not, your bank account will be shut down. These are new RBI regulations. Please make sure that your Darpan account is active. And there are certain ways that your CA will guide you on that. 12A ATG. Now for the company, number 1, an HCL foundation is like the box number 1. It's like a company foundation. It can be just a new entity. But it still needs to have a 12A ATG and a Form CSR1. So you can have a 12A or a 1023C. 1023C is another kind of exemption. If you see number 3 and 4, these are the government or the parliament set up entities which need not have 12A and 80G, but Form CSR1 is still required. And IIT Madras is much more interested in box number 6, IIT Madras, because that's where research comes in. And I believe that, time's up? Okay, 3 minutes I've got. Okay. Then PM CARES we are aware of. So these boxes tell us that the first 4 boxes, the entities could be a trust, a society, or a Section 8 company. Okay. Again, I would just kind of go to this mega trend and then maybe I'll end it over here. These are the evolving very, very key mega trends where, as I mentioned to you, spending is very, very important for the corporate and in a timely manner. What is also now becoming very clear is, and this is a very, very detailed chart that you can download from the website, which tells as to how the corporate is giving the money. These are the various areas where the money is going. And your projects are normally in the orange area. That's where the implementation happens. So I use these charts for my detailed classes, but just showing this to you as a representation here so that when you download, you can understand. And I will spend a little time in these 2 slides as I end my presentation. What lies ahead? So I had shown to you that policy-wise, this is where these 10 boxes are very important basis my experience. As you develop your project proposals, keep these 10 boxes in mind. Right? This will give you a broad sense of how your mind should play. So you have to have a strategy. If you play a sport, and I'm a coach, I am also a sports coach, so I do a lot of strategy with my players. You have to strategize if you want to beat your opponent. Now in this case, remember, when you develop a proposal, the opponent is poverty. The opponent is unemployment. You have to beat it through your project. And you have to convince the funder that you have a very good model. So these are some of the areas where I have presented some thoughts on some horizontals and some verticals, and I'll end it after that. These are the areas where common, okay, 1 minute, I'll end it. So green development is important, inclusive growth, SDG movement, tech-based and digital public infrastructure, very, very critical, UPIs, etc. Women-led development, try to have more women in your team, not just as beneficiaries, but as project delivery people. Empowering women, not just as beneficiaries, but as leaders in your organization. And some verticals, and this is my last slide, where, in fact, the new government also, I was reading the 100-day plan, etc. Employability is a huge area. And entrepreneurship, because there are little jobs or few jobs. Can you empower people to set up their own enterprises? And incubation is very, very critical because that leads to startups and that's a permitted activity. Education and health obviously are very key ones. And last but not the least is climate action because we are all facing we are all seeing how the temperature is going up. I come from Uttarakhand, I can see the kind of landslides that are happening. Badrinath, you might have heard, the sinking town. The plate tectonics, the geography that is happening. Our investments in CSR from the corporate side would be keeping all of these things in mind. So if you can keep a broad sense of where the game rules are from the government side, keep a sense of the policy framework of the corporates, and keep an ear on the ground as to where the requirement is. Then come up with a very viable model of engagement. And that model should be converted into your project proposal. So thank you all very much, and you can maybe download all of this later on.
I think thank you so much, Nikhil. I think whether we are corporates looking for partnerships or not-for-profits looking for funding, I think that's the fastest and the easiest way. In 20 minutes, we got a glimpse into the CSR laws. Thank you so much once again, Nikhil. We'll move on to the second master class. Today is going to be a lot of information, a useful information for all of us. So moving on to the next master class on impact funding landscape and opportunity for not-for-profits by Mr. Bhumik Shah, founder and CEO, CSR Box. We welcome you, Mr. Bhumik.
रॉबिन से पूछ लेता हूँ पहले रॉबिन कहाँ है कितना टाइम है 20-25 yeah so I'll take 20 minutes and probably 5 minutes I'll park for questions with Nikhil and we both taken together so vanakkam Chennai I'm Bhomik, representing CSR Box and NGO Box. Before I move into what I want to do here, on behalf of everyone sitting in this room and the next room, which is also full with 450 participants, we really want to thank on behalf of the entire CSR fraternity to HCL Foundation. I represent an organization which technically works with more than 320 companies a year-on-year basis. The differentiator which we have seen in HCL as a group, represented by HCL Foundation in CSR, is that they could have chosen to just roll out RFP or EOI to identify non-profit partners to work on different projects and programs. But every year since last 9 years, every year in May, June, July, they take this entire effort to reach out to non-profits all across India, reach out to you, come in front of you and explain to you, build your capacity that where the entire ecosystem is evolving, what capacities needs to be built. So on behalf of all of us, we really want to thank HCL Foundation, led by Nidhi. So I really want everyone to stand up for next 5 seconds, because this is also an exercise for you to just break the monotony. Please. So big round of applause for HCL Foundation and the entire team here on behalf of the fraternity. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I'll ask a couple of questions because I really want to connect with what I'm trying to present here or talk about. Any idea what is Tamil Nadu's contribution in GDP of India? Anyone? 8.8 to 9.1% last 2 years numbers. Any idea Nikhil has presented, I think, CSR number, in terms of what percentage of CSR pie Tamil Nadu gets in India? It's between 4.4 to 5.4 on an average year-to-year basis. How many of you have really got a funding of more than 50 lakh, irrespective of CSR, retail, or any other kind of funding source in last financial year? More than 50 lakh in last financial year. Please raise full hand if you have got more than 50 lakh. 48 पे अटक गया तो कोई बात नहीं, नीचे रख लो, but 50 है तो पूरा हाथ खड़ा करिए. Okay, close to 25, 30 here, maybe I am assuming 20 there. Close to 50 plus non-profits. So good. What I'm going to probably talk about is entirely on the basis of the work that we have been doing in the entire Impact Fraternity for last 10 years. The kind of interactions that we have with different funders, donors, coming from CSR, coming from philanthropy, coming even from retail and couple of other institutional donors. The landscape which we have seen, which we have mapped, and kind of opportunities that we are which are emerging for all of us, where the entire CSR continuum is moving, and what are the changes that we are seeing in terms of the way funding will come to you. And what are the areas where we have seen that non-profits are not able to deliver, and where boardroom is talking about it. And I'm exclusively going to talk about boardroom narrative from the lens that things are going more deeper and deeper for companies in terms of CSR decision making. Boardroom is asking many questions about whether we have been able to make impact in last 10 years or not. What kind of projects we need to select. So I am trying to answer most of these questions using the data which we have acquired by primary research on couple of companies. And I'll move to that. Okay. 1,20,000 crore is the continuum of funding available in India year-to-year basis, not just CSR. CSR is just 1/4 of it. This funding covers ultra HNIs, retail, it covers institutional donors, it covers FCR, everything. Some estimates say it's close to 1,60,000 crore, but we are taking a conservative estimate, which is 1,20,000 crore. Now, when we look at next slide, which is about what type of funding institutions, what type of funding mechanisms are available. If you are able to untap any of these opportunity, or if you are able to leverage any of this institutional approach, whether it's through UHNIs, whether it's through, and UHNIs ultra high net worth individuals, which is more than 200 crore. Your HNIs or affluent givers are 7 crore to 200 crore category. And rest of them you already know, FCRA you know, CSR you know. Retail funding is largely which happens through different crowdfunding and other platforms plus mechanisms. And I will talk about impact finance institutions and other things slightly later. Now, when you're able to tap any of these mechanism, you already have that kind of capacity which can help you get other type of funding. Sorry? Ultra high net worth individuals, which is more than 200 crore per individual or institution who is investing in the philanthropy. Now, if you are able to capitalize on any of these institutions, you by default have built your capacity to leverage other type of institution. For example, if you are currently implementing a project of 50 lakh rupees through CSR funding, it's natural that you have built your capacities to deliver program on the other side. So there are different type of other institutional mechanism, individual philanthropy, and other kind of funding mechanisms which are available to be leveraged or tapped in the market. One specific thing is obviously the impact finance institutions or impact bond plus social stock exchange. We have seen more than 50 non-profits getting registered on social stock exchange by now. We have dearth of time, so I cannot go into the modalities of it. But it really gives you a funding which is technically not linked to any project. It's more of a very independent funding to build your own capacities. There are funding which are available for your own capacity building other than the CSR part of it. CSR is the only one which is linked to compliance. Rest of them are not more about compliance, but more about project delivery on ground. So that's where I was trying to build a rationale here that there are mechanisms, there are different type of funding institutions which are available, modalities which are available for any non-profit which is able to deliver impacts on the ground, which has built capacity for delivering projects. How many of you have more than 6 team members in your non-profit? How many of you have more than 6? Close to 50%. Why I'm asking you this question, I'm probably try to relate with next pointers which are going to come up. Just to give you ballpark number, by this March 2025, we would have got 2,32,000 crore CSR funding since the CSR become compliance in India. By March 24 itself, we had got more than 2,02,000 crore. Now I'll go into a couple of pointers which we have derived on the basis of our interaction with the decision makers in certain set of companies. These are companies with more than 100 crore of CSR compliance, each of them. We reached out to close to 125 companies and got the response from their CSR decision makers, either independent director, board member, CSR committee member, or CSR head, who has been part of those board decision making or presentations. Before I get into those numbers, I just want to give you this slide in terms of how things are moving. Let's understand that CSR is a business money at the end of the day. It's coming from the profits of a company. And this will remain a business money coming from the compliance mechanism for some social or environmental work on the ground. And that's how it works. No matter what we think, no matter what we are trying to bring out here, ultimately it's money coming from the economic activities, money coming from some profit-based activities. Now, anything that changes on the global landscape from the policy narrative or financial mechanism perspective, that changes many other things 2 year, 3 year down the lines in terms of how decision making is happening in the boardroom. Between 2020 to 2024, we have seen a lot of focus happening on environmental things, a lot of focus going towards ESG narrative, net zero. That has really impacted a lot in boardroom, the way they used to talk about project priorities. We have been in this sector since 2014, since CSR became a law. We have never seen board members asking for environmental projects without CSR committee saying ki humko kya karna hai. The narrative which has come from the board members in last 2 years, and we will present this. I was trying to build this narrative that CSR is a byproduct, as per the compliance in India, byproduct of business activity, and this is the board which decides what is the pathway that we want to take up for the CSR projects and program. When you look at this slide, try to absorb the numbers. 55%, Nikhil was talking about government partnership. 55% of the companies or board members are saying that we really want to take up projects and program where government partnership is inbuilt in the program, where non-profit partners are working with the government system. 60% companies are saying that NGO needs to build capacity. Why so? Because many companies are saying that when they started partnering with non-profit, they really found the lack of competency, technical expertise. How many of you are working on environment side of the domain? How many of you have MTech agriculture, MTech water resources, or MTech X energy in your non-profit? Try to absorb this. This is a reality for all of us. I'm not pointing anything, but what I'm trying to say, when we are going on hardcore environmental projects, the domain is moving towards the direction where from a generalist approach to, we have to move towards a specialist approach, where every domain is becoming more technical and technical from the lens implementation, from the lens of reporting, from the lens of documentation, from the lens of international frameworks which needs to be adopted. I cite an example in a one board meeting where the CSR funding has gone for water body rejuvenation. The board asked the CSR head when he was presenting, what is the volumetric analysis of water body, which you have been able to in terms of bring in more water. There were some numbers which CSR head had, but the methodology was not available to CSR head. Then the question came in, how did you account for the beneficiary? When you are doing a water body rejuvenation, will you account for the entire village, or will you account for only those beneficiaries who are really getting benefit of the water body rejuvenation? So board is getting to that kind of technical questions. So what I'm trying to probably set the narrative here, that from the audit perspective which Nikhil was talking about, from the impact lens which board is talking about, everything is becoming more and more stricter and deeper and more technical. That's where each of the non-profit which is either working on healthcare, environment, livelihood, no matter education, you need to bring in capacities which are becoming more technical, which are evolving day after day. So we have to align with the sectoral development. I was talking about this point. 91% of the companies are asking to the CSR heads or the other team members that what are the impacts of our past program. I cite an example. Recently, it's just 7 days back. One company which has just scheduled board presentation for the entire, everything about the company as an annual presentation, board meeting, they came up again saying that after 7 days, we'll schedule 2 hours call just on CSR project. I think I've never seen that happening, where board is saying they will schedule a specific board meeting just for the CSR presentation. We cannot do it in this 20-30 minute slot. And that meeting is happening again next week. So that's how board is becoming more interested about the impact they are able to make. And seriousness to which they are dealing with the CSR funding and on-ground impact. Now 60%, close to 59 to 60% of the companies are talking about ESG and environmental projects. When we have seen the data, Nikhil was presenting, the environmental projects have historically been only 6 to 7% of the CSR pie between 2014 to 2023. The percentage is definitely going to be in 2 digits in the next financial year. It's going to be close to 24-25% when we touch 2030. The way the CSR decision makers are looking at environmental projects, the way the entire decision making is moving towards net zero ambition of companies, we are seeing a lot of traction happening on environmental projects. These are few hard facts, difficult to digest, but we asked a couple of tough questions to the CSR heads and decision makers that what has been their experience of working with non-profits. And this is something which we all need to live with and probably improve on, that why these kind of responses are coming from CSR heads. 60% of the non-profits do not have capacities for reporting, communication, or documentation. Now let's understand, we are saying that we are implementation partner of a company. We are saying that we are the impact creator on ground. If we are not able to document the impact or we are not able to help companies to document those things, how we are helping the funder? That's a very, very deeper gap area on which we have to build our capacity. It doesn't take much of the effort now because of generative AI and many other tools available. There are third-party support system available which you can leverage, but this needs a lot of capacity building effort internally. I'll pick up another point which is about insufficient technical expertise, which is 41%. And I was talking about this just 5 minutes back, that when you are a tech NGO working in healthcare, you don't have understanding of how to deal with sickle cell anemia. If you are an NGO which is working on environment, you don't understand nature-based solutions or biodiversity or riparian work, then it becomes very difficult for a funding partner to present your work to the board member and get repeat funding for you. What I'm trying to probably build a narrative, you might get a funding for 1 year. You might get funding for a 2 year. But transition, and in case that funding for multi-year project, it can be a project year after year, but by default it becomes a multi-year funding for you in terms on the basis of your work. If you want to transform that into that, you really need to build technical competency, you need to evolve to that level. The sector is moving more rapidly than any other technical sector. जिस स्पीड से AI वाला सेक्टर मूव कर रहा है या टेक्निकल सेक्टर मूव कर रहा है, उससे ज़्यादा स्पीड से सोशल सेक्टर मूव कर रहा है. You have to really align with the sector and expectation. That's where you are seeing lot of new age non-profits which are founded by new generation of professionals. They are leveraging the market more than the traditional non-profits because we as a traditional non-profits are lacking the certain set of capacities or expertise, or we are not challenging ourselves to evolve with the time. We'll have to really work a lot on that side. Nikhil asked, what is Section 135? We are here to take CSR funding or understand the CSR funding modalities, but we don't know the Section 135, which is the premise for the entire CSR funding. So we'll have to really do our own homework a lot. Another last, probably I have another 2 minutes. Work a lot with government partnership. When you are a block level non-profit, you are a district level non-profit, build that relationship with the district or district agencies or block agencies. Because no matter what type of your personal understanding is, as an organization you need to work with them, because kal ko aap healthcare project if you are doing on ground, you cannot work without the support from the government. In terms of, because you are going to work in government institution. When you are working on education, you have to work on in schools, where you need an agreement or MOU or LOU with the department. So similar kind of things are required. So working with government does help. Sometimes government becomes your own fundraiser. We have leveraged it a lot, trust me. Nikhil and we have been doing this work on ground, and we know sometimes collectors, sometimes block officer becomes our fundraiser because they get the funding from different partners depending the work required in that particular geography. So build that relationship with the government ecosystem. Impact communication reporting, because that's part of the brand building which happens at the corporate level. It is required very much. I'll end with this slide. CSR is a compliance which Nikhil mentioned, but there is a lot about impact communications, reporting and brand building which is leveraged through non-profit partners work by corporate. CSR and ESG reporting integration happens through the reporting and documentation that you are doing and how technical you are becoming. Initial 10 years of CSR were about relationship, were referral NGOs and other things. It's not going to work anymore. The sector has moved to next level where your competency, technical expertise and your impact delivered on grounds are going to matter a lot. If you are a non-profit working with technical expertise on health, education, environment, you really have an upper hand and probably will be able to get larger share in the entire impact ecosystem if you are able to better communicate about your projects and program. You are partnering compliance, you are partnering building brand values for the organizations. So think for every project from that lens. Thanks a lot. Yeah, if there are any questions, we can take 2 to 3 questions. Yeah.
According to the MCA, there is no high involvement to the NGOs. All corporate agencies having their own NGO, just like HCL Foundation. Maximum of the corporate CSR 2%, the fund is going to the government, state government, central government, and his own and their own foundations. But they are not willing forward to come to give the NGOs to promote them to their own areas. This is my.
So I'll tell you what. So while the data, I think Bhaumik will give you better data because I also am part of an NGO,
okay.
and we really struggle at times.
Yeah.
I empathize with you, but I'm telling you, if I'm determined and I understand the game, the rules, the regulations, I also, as Bhaumik very rightly said, communicate your work. Today, social media is very powerful.
Okay.
There is no match fixing here, I can assure you, because I'm also part of an NGO. And 9 out of 10, I get rejected also. But you have to persist, you have to believe in what you're doing, and you have to be smart also.
Okay.
But exact data maybe Bhaumik can give as to, I think there is a lot of NGOs are getting funds. There is some direct implementation, a lot of NGOs are getting, and some go to the government funds.
You are giving in your third part.
Sir, can I respond to your question?
The submission of audit report is very important to the government, the MCA. But you are urging the corporate sector to settle the audit report in time and everything in time.
Okay,
So
we got the point, sir.
They are
If
very
you can
afraid
respond.
They are very afraid of the MCA. So they are giving the money instead of giving to the NGO, they are directly giving to the government, state government and central government. And
Sir, can I respond? Can I respond? If
can.
Sir, we can sit down, please. As a I also represent non-profit sector, and I'm much of you rather than on the other side. So let's first bust the myth that companies are funding their own foundations. No, most of the foundations are like HCL Foundation, which are there to effectively manage the CSR program for the company. So they are more of a fund managers effectively in terms of getting projects done through the non-profit. So funding is ultimately going to non-profit partners. Similarly, wherever you are saying that government is getting fund, this was a case between couple of years of the initial CSR rules, which MCA then clarified that no state government can set up a fund on CSR. There can only be central fund. So most of the state agencies which have started reaching out to corporates to get funding, it has been stopped. There are mechanisms where district collectors or state level departments are hiring non-profits or other organizations to create some kind of programmatic structure. And in that programmatic structure, they're asking companies to be part of the implementation process through the non-profits. So that's not a direct funding which government is accepting. There were cases in Chhattisgarh and others I personally know, which has been effectively handled by Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and everything has been stopped now in terms of state departments or any state agency creating nodal agency for CSR to take the fund. They are there to work in terms of priority of the state. If Gujarat has a Gujarat CSR authority, they are in sync with the state priorities. What are the priorities for the state? How companies can get better access to different departments to understand what are the priorities are there department-wise, and how they can implement projects through different non-profit partners, through corporate foundations on ground. So it's a myth where most of us assume that government is taking the fund. No, it's not happening. Yes.
Yeah. Hi. Thank you for the insightful session. My name is Ketan and I represent Indian Institute for Human Settlements. Bhaumik, I have a question for you. Like in your presentation that you mentioned that the organizations, the corporate is also wanting to align the ESG goals, through the CSR fund. My question number one is that how, is it fair to utilize CSR fund for the ESG goals? That's number one. The sub part to it is that how strategic it could be if it is okay to spend the CSR money for the ESG goals. I understand that's strategic, but then is there anything that is going to be compromised when it comes to the social impact?
Good question, and probably all of us will be pondering on this. First question, that whether it's ESG is ethical or technically whether it's really good or not. Let's understand ESG mein S is social, which is 100% part of the CSR portfolio, where what type of social work is happening, right? So, and larger focus remains on E part because of this is more, there are certain other compliances which companies has to meet as part of the business and regulations and environmental and pollution control system. So I'll give you one very, very small example. If I'm a company and I'm in the manufacturing and I'm using water from a river basin, within the fence, whatever is consumption happening in terms of my water usage to my discharge to everything else, that's definitely covered into my business part of it, and I have to take command and control of it through my business money. But when outside the fancy, where businesses are being allowed by law to take up water, if companies are investing through CSR, if companies are investing through businesses, whatever they are doing technically, which is beyond the fancies for them, technically is really good for the entire landscape, because they are helping the landscape. They are helping the community to, for example, I will give an example, company which is working in Maharashtra, Godavari River Basin. They are working within the fancy to become a sustainable unit where they become net water positive with everything in the supply chain. On another side, they are working with the farmers, they are working with the urban level bodies to help them structure their grey water infra. They are working with the other set of stakeholders in terms of cultural trust, religious trust, to help them understand if tomorrow Godavari water degrades, everything is going to lose something, whether it's cultural institution, religious institution, government, or everybody. There is a GDP which is attached to each river basin. So if you are not taking control of river basin and managing the health and sustainability of river basin, everybody is going to lose. So from that lens, if you are investing on CSR, you are using your business money to work on that side, definitely everybody will try to leverage that, and that's allowed as per the ecosystem. Another part is like if you are doing a CSR project of plantation and you are allowed to take carbon credits, which technically is a, I would say, offshoot of the project or byproduct of the social project or environmental project. Definitely every company will like to claim the carbon credits because they have invested in the project. Ultimately, CSI is a business money. And if you are not in contravention to the available law and provisions, everybody will like to use the offshoots and byproduct of the project. So yes, it's allowed and it's ethical to the level if you are not using it from any other law provisions to other law provisions to just create a window for yourself.
We have a question there.
Sir, let others speak. We can talk after this session, no issues.
Yeah. My name is Dr. Vishwanathan. I mean, it's more like an observation rather than a question. One, HCL, I think it's a wonderful meeting that you've organized, creating awareness about the rules, regulations. I think most of the NGOs probably are long-standing, so they probably know a lot more about the rules and regulations. But for somebody who's just starting off new, what I found difficulties related to was particularly when Nitin said, you know, Section 135 and things like that. When you go and talk to the chartered accountant, they're not aware of most of the things. Most of the rules regarding an NGO, nobody's aware of. So is it possible for the government or somebody to come up with a website where, you know, it makes it a little easier?
So one is that through the HCL Foundation Academy,
Yes.
we are doing an online course also. If you want to register for the next batch, it's an online free course, 12 weeks course. You're more than welcome. I think Shelley and Robin,
Yes,
you can,
you said that,
because we have a cohort of about 300 to 400. We're doing the 9th batch currently. So there is this, for the chartered accountants, there is a course which I've just mentioned to you. So it is important to get fully educated, because there is a complete legal framework within which you have a lot of freedom, but you need to understand that framework.
Yeah. So, I mean, is it possible, I mean, I would request HCL whether to put this whole framework about, you know, what are the, like...
So we will be sharing in that docket on the website. Shelley will, that link that I showed you, you can download those documents. We will upload all the documents there. As a first go, you can use that. I think we can go to the next one. Huh? Yeah. We will take care of your query, my commitment, I promise. But there is a time schedule, so please understand. There is a discipline, there is a time, and we'll discuss your question. Not to worry, I promise.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Bomik and Nikhil, for answering all the questions thrown up by the audience. And once again, I would like to thank Bomik for this wonderful session and profound knowledge sharing about impact funding and various other topics that is revolving across CSR funding. And with this, we will now move on to the next session. There is a panel discussion on the topic, A Decade of CSR Laws in India, reflecting on milestones and future directions. And this will be led by the eminent panelists, Dr. Nidhi Pundir Vice President, Global CSR, HCLTech, and Director, HCL Foundation. Mr. Arul Jodi Arasan, Additional Director, Rural Development and Panchayat Raj. Ms. Vasudha Narasimhan, Vice President, CSR and Corporate Relations, IIT Madras, coming with a 2.5 decade experience on sales and marketing and on the sector of CSR. Ms. Radha Srinivasan, a CSR consultant, who's again coming back with more than 2 decades of experience in telecom and IT industries, specializing in business development and program management in India and in the Middle East. Mr. Aravind Subramanian, consultant, ex-associate vice president, Startup Tamil Nadu, who's coming with more than 15 years of experience in the sectors of marketing, business development, and fundraising for startups. And he has a very diverse experience working with multiple corporate organizations across the country and in the globe. And I would invite Mr. Nikhil Pant to moderate this session and facilitate this panel discussion, please. Thank you. Yes. I would invite the panelists to the stage, please. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you so much. So we've all are pretty warmed up, and while there are a lot of questions, as I said, on the sidelines we will have a lot of time. You can discuss with us. We are here the whole day. There is a time schedule, and we have to try and be a little disciplined about it. So the title for the panel discussion: A Decade of CSR Law in India, Reflections on Milestones and Future Directions. So as I briefed all the panelists, initially we'll go maybe 3 to 4, 5 minutes, each one of you. There has been a journey, as I just shared in our presentation, then Bhomik and I took some questions as well. In this audience, we have quite a few NGOs. The whole idea of this panel discussion is that when you all go back, it's important to know not just about HCL Foundation and HCLTech grant, but the larger ecosystem, CSR, the 10-year journey, and where is it going? Please understand that as an NGO, we have a very critical role to play. So you will hear from each of these experts who are here in their own fields as to wherever they were, how did they visualize, and maybe Radha, I'll begin with you. What is your observation on the way this entire mandate has evolved? How different stakeholders have come into it, government, corporates, NGOs, community level, and now, there is a global framework also. There is climate change issues. We see the temperatures rising. There's a new government now back there. We are hoping for some continuity going forward. So a bit of all of this, and what is your take on the last 10 years journey and where you see this go?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm an independent CSR consultant, and I've been working with NGOs for the past 10 years. And I will be very happy to share with you some of my experiences. So if you look at the CSR law, it started in the year 2014. So when it started, it was basically, a compliance for organizations. And subsequently, it became a strategic initiative, which is aligned with the company's core businesses. So this is something which, as NGOs, we have to understand. Like when Mr. Nikhil was asking, how many of us have read the policy framework of organizations? Many of us don't do that. So we normally tend to go to the corporate with what offerings we have, but that is not what the corporate is looking for. So we basically have to do our homework, where we look at the policy framework and see what areas they are working, what geographies they are working, what projects they have earlier done, And based on that, and also looking at what our community needs, where we are working and what it needs. So we will have to try and see how to match these two. So that'll be a good beginning for us, as far as pitching to the corporate is concerned. And, Bhomik showed very nicely about what corporates expect from NGOs and, what is lacking. So he talked about, project timelines, that we should meet project timelines. So this is something that I have seen happening with many of the NGOs that I work with. So they get so involved in the whole project that sometimes, there is a scope change. Like, for example, we would have said that we would do 1, 2, and 3 to the corporate. And ultimately, when we go to the field, we find that 4 is required. And suddenly we lose track of the whole thing, and the NGO shifts to 4, even without understanding, how the corporate will be affected by this, because in the corporate also, they are answerable to their board. See, today, CSR has become a board level function. Boards are very serious, and they really look at, the project, the timeline, what impact it is creating, and everything. So it is important for NGOs to have a constant communication with the corporate. See, in my experience, I have seen this is basically relationship management with the corporate. You may not be able to deliver a specific outcome that you promised. There may be a genuine problem. Like, for example, in environment projects in Chennai, we have seen huge floods twice. And when we said that we would do water body rejuvenation at a certain period in time, we will not be able to do that. So in which case, what do? So we go back to the corporate and sit and discuss with them, how we can make this an ongoing project and move it to the next year, and how we can do something else instead of doing this project. So these are communications which we have to go sit. See, we understand clearly that today corporates look at NGOs as partners. So it is in that spirit of partnership that we have to work, is what I think. And this communication is very, very important, which is what I have seen. And particularly this helps in getting you repeat projects. When you, the last point which I want to say is, when you conceive a project, you should look at, it as a long-term project. Yes, of course, initially when we started, we looked at one-time funding and all that. But today the focus is going to be on long-term projects and measurable impacts. So in the beginning itself, we should conceive a project for 3 years, say, and go and talk to the corporate about, what is the impact that you want to create. Because today impact measurement is made mandatory by the rule of law. So it is important, for us NGOs to understand that, to see what the impact we want to, provide, and then conceive the project in such a way, and of course, align it with the SDGs. And a very excellent point, which is a takeaway for me today, is to look at the Niti Aayog parameters. These are things which we have to keep in mind when we conceive a project, and try and talk the corporate language, in the sense, talk about what projects they are interested in. So in fact, for me, this was an experience where one of the PSU CSR heads told me, you don't talk about what you want to offer, you talk about what we are doing. This I learned in the field. So this is something which we as NGOs, I think, should look at. Yeah.
So much, Radha, and I think, what you said, that being good listeners, right? And if you do that, that is very, very relevant. Again, when you do your need assessment also, if you listen, if you put your ear on the ground and you listen to the community, what is the requirement, and that is what you try and capture. So thank you so much, Radha. I go to Vasudha now. Vasudha, I was just reading your profile. You are a recent switchover, and now that you are part of the IIT faculty here and the institution here to do fundraising, etc. What in your sense can be the role also of academia industry parties? This is an academia industry. We are all together here, IIT Madras and HCL Foundation here. Specifically, I want you to speak a little bit about the role of research in project development.
Right.
Because the project is the key,
Right.
where the money has to go,
Right.
with the log frames and the other things. How do you see that maybe going forward with the requirements that we spoke about, and especially, from the IIM Madras perspective, because you are also engaging with a lot of corporates. What do you see? What kind of trends do you see? Where do you see this going, especially again keeping this audience in mind?
Sure, sure. Yeah, Nikhil, you're right. In the last 5 years, we've seen the IITs do some work with CSR. I think before that, it was a bit of a gray area on where does research even come in. And even in the early years that some CSR was being used, it was very theoretical. It would be money for developing a concept. Many of it would be ideas which would end up in a research paper or a journal publication and then would lie there. I think where we are seeing interest and where we are seeing contribution of a technical institute like us is that that idea has to go forward and translate itself from research to, from lab to market. And that's where we are seeing that the way we are approaching, writing a grant proposal in the past to now as it is relevant today is changing and has to change because we have to bring in partners. There has to be a collaboration. I think we've understood the hard way that an institution does what it does best, which is either the research or the education. But to do on the ground, we need partners. And therefore, we are kind of converging to finding like-minded people. So if, for example, I were to give an example, if there's a faculty who's working on a new screening device for cervical cancer, which, they have always been doing this. But where we've realized that to make CSR more effective and meaningful to the corporate, we have to bring in a partner. It could be a hospital, it could be an NGO, who will help us work on awareness creation, on education, on testing, validation, this prototype. So increasingly, our proposals, our grants are finding partners either with the government or with an NGO partner. And that has to be, I don't see that as a necessity only for IIT. I would think that corporates are increasingly looking at bringing 2 or 3 people together who can do this, create larger impact than one program alone. And I think that is something we must all realize and work together. And this whole thing about impact creation is about how to cascade or how to multiply, which was not going to happen by one program of one NGO or one institute. So that's the role I think that as an educational institution we have to play. And I think the NGO community at large also has to kind of collaborate, which was not something as mandated as it is going to be in the decade ahead.
So that is very relevant, Vasudha, but I have a more precise question. As I said, I'm part of an NGO myself. One of my biggest challenges is to develop a good project proposal.
Right.
To get the people who have actually been on the ground and who can write some content in terms of project proposal.
Right.
And it means a bit of research.
Right.
So is a center like yours, for example, IIT Madras, this is like a center of excellence, and IIT means like top of the rung. Is there a way or a thought in the going forward, next 10 years also we're talking about, there's a journey and there's a, what about the next 10 years? Can institutions like IIT Madras not play the role of capacity building these NGOs who are here in terms of guiding them on how to use core research to write good proposals? So for example, if they write better proposals, an HCL Foundation I'm sure would welcome more research proposals, because when we are evaluating proposals for HCLTech grant, the sheer value and the quality of the content of the proposal is so relevant to their eventual evaluations that we do. Yeah. So is there a thought in IIT Madras, or is there a way by which you can, going forward, share this with the NGOs who are here for the wider benefit and etc.?
Absolutely. So, I mean, academia in India has been a little disjointed. Corporates were always forced to collaborate. Academia was not like that. There was always free throw and free thought. And each one, there are 650 faculty at IIT Madras. And I, after 2.5 years, would know about 150 of them. So that is how academia would, work. But increasingly, and I think IIT Madras has been pretty good at this, saying that we must make faculty collaborate. Why is that something restricted to the corporate world? And therefore, we created pools like the School of Sustainability or the School of Medical Sciences. They are not departments. A department is people working in the same area. When you create a school, you bring people from electrical engineering, civil engineering, environmental, and make them work together on projects. And these are the schools which will do increasingly configuring programs. Also educating what are the areas in which NGOs need, research, as you put it.
Yeah, that's
so
a
these
major
schools will
challenging
play
area.
the role of thought leadership in, directing towards programs.
Sure.
And we should do more of that.
Yeah,
In fact,
absolutely,
something I will take back as an idea.
Absolutely. At least
that
I'll
we
keep
need.
pushing you on that because, because I know the challenge which most of these people are facing. Thank you so much. Mr. Arul, you work with, you're the Additional Director, Rural Development in Panchayati Raj. And HCLTech grant is about, it's a rural-based grant. It's like, so with your wide experience through your ministry at Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, what key nuggets of knowledge and information can you share? Again, keeping the topic of this panel discussion in mind, because see, when they prepare their projects, what are the key areas that they need to catch, which you feel are the areas where the gaps are there on the ground in rural programs? For example, this is environment, health, and education. Now, what would you like to tell these NGOs who are here? Because you come from the government side. And we've been talking about government, corporate, government NGO. If an NGO can bring in a government entity as a partner, then the corporate it becomes more positive. So what is it that you can share with the audience here? More so keeping in mind the coming times, where we see, and we've been discussing since the morning, where the agenda is going, convergence with SDG goals, the Niti Aayog parameter. So what all do you think are the key 2, 3, 4, 5 areas to keep in mind, plus your experience of the past?
Thank you, sir. Good morning to the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. And my name is Arul Jyoti Arasan. I am Additional Director of Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department. I have an experience of 24 years in the department, and I am doing the rural development activities and Panchayat Raj activities also. Now I am looking after the livelihood part of Magali Thittam. Initially, there is a paradigm shift in the RD department where the infrastructure only creating by the village panchayat or panchayat union, that activity only the panchayats are looking for creating infrastructure. That is the point of view of the government towards the panchayats. Now the area is shifting. So the user friendly assets should be created at the village panchayats. How the water supply, sanitation, and all those things that has been taken care of. Particularly solid waste management, liquid waste management. There is a paradigm shift in the policy of the government that NGO can work out. So solid waste management, segregation of the waste at the household itself, and segregation to the degradable and non-degradable waste, and how it can be disposed, and how can convert into the vermicomposting, all those things in the panchayat level. So there is various schemes are there where the NGOs are invited to participate in these areas. So these areas are very difficult area, but the inculcation of the understanding should be given to the people so that they can understand this thing, how it can be generated. We can produce power also. If we have a dry waste, we can produce the power from the waste, and then you can use the powers for the street lighting or any other government purpose. You can use the power also. So there is a lot potential is there. You can cooperate with the panchayats, and also for infrastructure creating like check dams. There are 3 types of check dams are being constructed under the MGNREGA scheme. Before that, it is only a wage earning scheme only. Now it is shifted to 40% converting to the infrastructure also. There is a creating of assets, community as well as individual assets are created through MGNREGAs. This shift is also being done. You can concentrate if you, for example, you can create a check dam in a particular village. If the panchayat president doesn't know the geo-informatics system, so you can participate with the panchayat and you can create where the slut is there, where the fold and fountains there is a potential of constructing check dam that can be useful for the panchayats to store more water. So that type of geographical understanding that you can give input to the village panchayats, and for that purpose you can take part in the government activity also. So like that, loose rock check dams they are constructing, and boulder check dam constructed, Gabion check dams constructed. But only thing, the technical know-how that has to be given to the village panchayat so that they can create the asset in such a way that more water can stagnate. So it should be a watershed approach that should be adopted to the panchayats, where if there is a hillock is there, 4 or 5 panchayats are there. If one panchayat president is interested, he is in the lowest end. But in the top end, panchayat president are not interested in that activity, this will not happen. So the watershed approach should give the top area, then from top to bottom it has to come. So otherwise the funds will be utilized from the scheme will be wasted. So if the bottom area panchayat presidents are interested, so the panchayat president should be given a orientation. So how to do the watershed approach in the basin level, river basins also, or from the stream basins also. So that kind of understanding should be given to the village panchayat presidents. So that understanding is to be given by the NGOs. The government department cannot give the orientation to the panchayat president. Government department can direct the panchayat president, you should do this, you should do this, like that only. But how to do and where to do, that kind of understanding that should be given by the technical experts, and from that technical part you can participate in that area. I'm just giving an example of MGNRGs only. I'm taking the SHG part. NGOs are very much involved in the formation of the self-help groups and revolving funds, economic assistance, credit linkages from the banks. All activity we have engaged in NGOs. Now the in-house operations are started because it is streamlined. So what is the area of SHG where you have to concentrate is women-led entrepreneurs. You have to create women-led enterprises in the villages. You have to create wealth to waste programs from the SHG, that is self-help groups. And you can also give some innovation technologies to them, so that how to create, for example, from bagas you can create cups, plates. From Arikanut you can create some wealth to waste project, you can invest some activity, or integrate some self-help groups to the tailoring unit, so that garments can be prepared. Some you can link them with other bigger players like bigger garment companies like Tantex or whatever the other dollar. So this type of companies can be linked to them, so that they can stitch the materials and give it to them. So this will reduce the industrial investment also. So these SIGs also getting the livelihood, and in turn the companies also benefited. So the same type of activity that is taken by HCL in Thoothukudi also. So we are successfully running that institute. The nearly 50 women are benefited through this scheme. So like that, convergence with the people as well as the company. That will be reduce the burden of the company also. So in that, another thing, innovative technology and digitalization of farmer. So farmer areas should be digitalized. How far, that is the FPO concept, the 10,000 FPOs, Government of India changed the pattern also. So the dairy cooperatives now changing to the dairy FPOs, and the FPOs are given more thrust and given more funds are pumping to the FPOs. And the FPOs doesn't have the digital technology or any other information about the farmer, which type of produce they can get after 3 months. So how the aggregation will be done. So these type of activities, and the storage godowns, where the storage godowns are there, construction of storage godowns, this type of activity you can involve. So technical support agency activity that the NGOs can do for the FPOs area. And also for the climate change also they can use. You can give your expertise, climate resilient varieties of varieties. Like that, India, in Tamil Nadu, it's very positive that we can have a cluster activity. Groundnut, you can have 3-4 districts, groundnut cultivation is there. For turmeric, you can have 3-4 area, turmeric cultivation is there. And for milk, and there is 3-4 area where the a bowl of milk bowl is there, like Tiruvannamalai, Vellore, Salem, Namakkal, these areas. So you can have some coconut, Pollachi, Coimbatore. This area you can have coconuts. Mango you can have 3-4 districts, you have cluster area you can have. Like that, egg, broiler, everything is a cluster approach in Tamil Nadu. It is easy to aggregate thing, but only thing is you have to integrate the people and aggregate to the FPOs in such a way that they can get good earnings. it will improve the income of the farmers in 3 times, 4 times. So there is lot of change in the SIG activity and developing the entrepreneur, and there is a lot of funds. For example, I give you our Tamil Nadu government's budget is 3 lakh crores, out of which RDNPR budget is 25,000 crores. So there is no dearth of fund as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. But only thing, in which area we have to invest our knowledge and in which area we have to integrate people, that is the problem here. So with this I am ending. Thank you.
Very well said. And the last thing that I could caught on was 25,000 crores is the budget of the RD department.
Yeah, RD and Panchayat, Tamil Nadu.
That is the whole CSR budget of the country, which is the budget of the Rural Development Ministry at Tamil Nadu.
So like that we can have MSME is there and Industries Department is there. Lot of departments are having, the total is 3 lakh crores roughly.
And RD you said through
25,000 crores.
So imagine CSR budget is not too much. Okay, it is 2%, but it is catalytic. We have to understand where very precisely we have to bring in that money. So when the corporate is looking at you, and I think he's said some beautiful points about the need assessment. Also, Mr. Arul, the GPDP, the Gram Panchayat development plans, so when they're making their project proposals, can they look at ways, suppose they're applying say for HCLTech grant. So can they...
So first I will explain what is GPDP.
Gram Panchayat development, you can tell them, yes.
So
please.
Gram Panchayat is doing the GPDP where the Village Panchayat Development Plan as well as Gram Panchayat Development Plan. That is called GPDP. So where every family will be taken into account and each SHGs will be taken into account. What is the credit plan of the society, that SHG? So in Village Panchayat, 40 to 50 SHGs are there, will be there. So some panchayats more SHGs are also there. So we can prepare the credit plan of the SHG. So the SHG can get credit linkage from the bank in the financial year. So our potential linked credit plan budget is 35,000 crores per year. So this year we may exceed to 50,000 crores this financial year. So last year we have achieved 35,000 crores to the SHGs. So this credit plan we are giving to the individual SHGs through this GPDP plan. And also infrastructure development, various schemes are dovetailed. For example, MGNREGS, Jal Jeevan, road sector, PMGSY and Prime Minister Road Scheme. So like that, road, water supply, sanitation and other schemes are dovetailed for infrastructure development of the village. So this GPDP is the overall picture of the infrastructure as well as the social capital of the village. This is the overall picture.
No, very well explained and thank you so much. And I will only say this that, as I said, I'm also part of teams that audit and evaluate programs and projects. What Mr. Arul is saying is that you need to do a bit of research, my NGO friends over here, and see where you can fit in to bring value to this large game that the government, that the taxpayers' money does on the ground. And if you develop such project proposals for say HCLTech grant or maybe other donors as well, other funders as well, your project becomes so much more meaningful. That is the key. And you have to do that research and study yourself. So the NGOs here need to study a little bit more, I feel. Because right from section 135 to what is the GPDP and where maybe the government is looking for those gaps. Thank you so much, Mr. Arul. Yeah, sure.
One example I want to say, in 3 districts we have developed nearly 288 individual entrepreneurs into a tailoring unit. Now they got orders from various corporate companies of nearly 64 lakhs. And out of which last 3 months they have supplied nearly 40 lakhs of materials they have supplied and they have earned the money also. So this type of clustering activity also you can involve the SHGs. Already most of the NGOs are doing the SHGs and promoting. Now there is a limit of promoting the SHGs. So creating of new SHGs is saturated. So what is the next stage? How to develop them to the next level? How to make them as an entrepreneur? So that type of activity that you have to concentrate in as far as livelihood part is concerned. Thank
Mr. Arul, because I know that time is tight, but I can't wait to ask you one very key question. On your website, say of the Tamil Nadu Rural Development Ministry, etc., do you have a place where, suppose I am an NGO, it kind of lists certain gap areas or supplementing, complementing areas? I think if the government, like I was telling IIT Madras, can they help in researching project proposals? Can the government system also present a little bit of a gap analysis where if I am an NGO, I don't need to come to you to ask you where the requirement is, but maybe that lists those gaps where I can come in and add value to the GPDP or some of the other programs that you, like the watershed management program that you mentioned, the check dams, etc. Is there a way that they can get
Yes,
that
sir.
access?
Actually, sir, everything has a structure. Our structure is Panchayat Raj is three-tiered structure: district level, block level, and Panchayat level. District level is the collector is the chairman, and block level BDO is the block Panchayat executive officer, and village Panchayat president is the executive officer of the village Panchayat at the Panchayat level. So these three structure are operating. For example, certain schemes are implementing agencies are given to the village panchayats, like MGNREGS, Jal Jeevan, and formation of other sanitation activity. So these are implementing agencies are village panchayat. There is the NGOs can directly approach the panchayat president, and where what are all the gaps they are needed,
So they can go and meet them in
the
the
village panchayats. Certain projects are block panchayat are the implementing agencies.
And those officials are accessible and they
Yeah,
would be
yeah,
open.
yeah.
So
So,
again, very important message for all of you here. No, he says that you can access those officials.
No. Collector is not the authority. The village panchayat is the authority.
So we'll carry this discussion. So let's go to Mr. Arvind. Thank you so much, Mr. Arvind. This was very meaningful. We
This is the truth. If he gave that number of 34,000 crore, it is decision maker is the BDO and the local political party of that local constitutions.
So we'll just open this up on a Q&A. So just fair enough. Can we just do this once I complete one round? Let me just no. You can ask that as a question and we can have a dialogue on that, which is fine. Can I just go to the next person, please, so that we can take it forward? We'll come back to you. So 1 minute. We will have him get back to you at the right time. Can I moderate? Huh? So we will give you a chance. Let's just hold on to the guns. We will. So let me just go on. Mr. Arvind, with your experience as a consultant for startups especially, where do you see this, because you saw, we were discussing about the Atal Innovation Mission, the role of technology in incubation, and where do you think some of the NGOs, because we are at IIT Madras, which is again technology hub here, how much the NGOs here should look into technology and incubation going forward as we take CSR to achieve the SDG goals? What is your take on that?
So, interesting question, right? So when the section 135
and again, I want you to relate this to the last 10 years and going forward, because that's the topic of the conversation.
Exactly. So when section 135 was brought in, like 2013, if I'm not wrong, right? The ambit of innovation for CSR was very less. It was restricted to probably say 60 agencies which were TBIs under the central government.
The DST, they were the DST
DST funds who had been there for DST funds only. It was around only 60 agencies that were eligible for these funds. But subsequently in 2019 and 2021 amendments, more and more agencies were brought into this. More private players, the last amendment gave way for more private players to be part of the CSR activity. But surprisingly, even after all these amendments, can anybody take a guess? Probably I'll just give a second on how much CSR funds are going into innovation. It's 0.2%.
Very less than 1%.
It's less than 1%, which is nothing. Actually, there is no investments going to innovation at all, right? So why is this? Why is this happening? Like you said, these CEOs of these Section 8 companies, they are not aware of CSR grants that they are eligible for. I would also say even the corporates and CSR bodies themselves are not aware of these funds can be used for innovation. towards building their larger ecosystem and building their brand identity, etc. Right? So that is there. And why should, coming to the question of why should these corporates even think about innovation rather than investing on healthcare or education or food, hunger, which is the top of the pyramid, which is the most important thing to take care of. Because innovation has moved from being just an enabler to being a disruptor and a tool for scale. Now, whatever the CSR funds have been used for, setting up a brick and mortar school or whatever, right? Or setting up a community kitchen, all these, with the help of this innovation, investing in startups, they can scale to from one locality to the other locality. So instead of, I agree that schools are more important, brick and mortar schools are important, but can we approach a startup and say, now, can you take this curriculum and give it across to 1 million students in India, which is much more cost efficient. Now we are setting up a community kitchen, the cost of procurement, the food wastage, all this comes into play. Now, can you invest in a supply chain company that takes care of food wastage? Can you efficient supply chain management and all that? Now, third, I would like these NGO, the founders of these NGOs, to stop thinking of themselves as NGOs which come into a bureaucratic red tape organization, and I want them to think of themselves as entrepreneurs in the first place. Because the base thing that I see that are common between entrepreneurs and NGOs, both of them don't have cash. Both of them have to do more with less. Constraint is always is at play. So instead of looking at themselves in a traditional 20 years, 30 years, how they have been functioning, can they look at sustainability? Can they look at innovation? Can they think of themselves as entrepreneurs and how design thinking processes, how can they inculcate themselves into that process? That I would like to see. And coming back to 2 examples quoted here, like Mr. Nair said an example of NTPL website, which I have visited multiple times, and I wanted to pursue a course on NTPL at some point in time, but I always gave up because to somebody like me, the whole user experience is so bad. I cannot stay on the site, I cannot look at the site, and I cannot learn from the site. So can these NGOs, can we look at innovation, design thinking, UI, UX principles, and build this for scale? That is one example. And had an example from HCL. Now, the whole concept of e-commerce buying itself has gone from just a retail experience to an experiential buying. Yeah. Now, can EHAD, instead of just being a cart, can we use AR, VR and give experiential buying to our to the consumer? So these are things that I want to look at, and this is the way to build scale rather than being tech or innovation just as an enabler to building scale. These are the things that I wanted to.
So tell me, Arvind, if I am an NGO, right, and I want you to give me some advice going forward, how do I build into my project proposal writing? And many of them, most of them are here, if not everybody, is keen on raising resources to go back to the community and do work. How do you see some of them who are interested in this ecosystem space of incubation and startups, etc., play any meaningful role going forward? Tell us 2, 3, 4 things. Where, as it is, the startup and the incubation thing is a little more difficult to understand also for the general standard conventional NGOs, let me tell you.
Exactly.
And so they have to, otherwise normally their sense of mind is just to receive funds and keep receiving funds. And when one donor goes away, then look for another donor. That's the traditional way it works. But this is maybe a change in the way they think also. So what 2, 3 things would you like to say? And then we'll kind of open it up and then would request Nidhi to kind of conclude.
So the first thing, like you said, is I want NGOs to look at themselves at, like you said, this fund is over. Where can I go and approach for the next fund? Where can I go and approach for the next fund? So I want them to look at this as a sustainable business rather than a source of consequently looking for funds. So can they build entrepreneurs, the thought of entrepreneurship into every partner that they work with, they call the beneficiaries entrepreneurs, is what they call it, be it a SHG or a NGO. Every constituent is an entrepreneur. Now, why don't they go back to them and say and instill this thought of entrepreneurship? How do you now we have got 5 cows. Now, why don't you go and how do you make it into a whole full-fledged dairy? And why can't you build an ecosystem around this dairy for your organization? And how can this NGO be the incubator the way we talk about incubators, institutional incubators, the corporate could be the governing body, and these NGOs could be the incubators, and the
Right.
constituent beneficiaries could act as entrepreneurs.
Right.
So that is one thing, right? And probably
I will tell you that typically the NGO is an insecure person. I'm telling you. I'm also very insecure because I know that my funder will go away. Am I correct? Okay, because I'm with all of you, by the way. I'm with you on your side on this. So tell me very precisely, Arvind, because if you talk about sustainability with them, it also means that you are preparing for an exit plan, right? So how does the NGO sustain itself then? If there's an exit and if there's no new donor coming in, what can be a thought process?
see, the success of the entrepreneur should reflect on the success of the NGO. The that mechanism has to be refined.
Okay.
So the same way I'm saying the NGO shouldn't just be dependent on funds. The entrepreneur should in some way give back to the NGO to make itself dependent. So can it control the supply chain that the NGO, that the constituent is dependent on? Can it build a business model around this?
No. Thank you so much. And I think we've had a very healthy discussion. So maybe Nidhi, you would like to speak first, or should I first open it? Maybe I think first you can speak, or should we open it? Either ways. First we finish. Okay, we'll take your suggestion, sir. So over to you, Nidhi. I think we've had a very vibrant kind of a discussion here, and there's been some cross flow of ideas as well. Sometimes peaceful, sometimes a little agitated, which is good, by the way, because a little bit of agitation means that we are making some traction. But we will also try and resolve all their queries. Over to you,
No,
Nidhi.
I think it's a very, first of all, it's amazing to be sharing such a prestigious panel with academia as well as practitioners on ground and innovators and people who are doing the monitoring. I would just want to change the flavor here a little bit, and I've been listening quite, everybody's views, and it's good to have emotion because that's the only way we sense that we are engaged. And we're here reflecting on 10 years of the law, and I've been fortunate. 2016, when HCL invited to lead their CSR agenda. Before that, almost 2 decades, I had worked in the international grant-making space. And one thing which really attracted me as an individual when I met Mrs. Roshni Nadar Malhotra was that this is Indian money, and here I have opportunity of utilize my 2 decades of experience of working with international funds in India, in our own country. I think that's a very, very good news that the CSR law brought for many of us who were working in the international development space. I had traveled so many countries. I had seen the socioeconomic environment realities. I had worked with various donors and fully understand what it means to raise every dollar, every penny out there, and ensure that we remain accountable. So we do share that space. We are also HCL Foundation. We are also the not-for-profit arm of in a way. We also have to follow all the guidelines, ATG, and all the governance that we share is very common compliance. But I really want to change the discourse here and our experience through HCLTech grant and traveling the country each year with same rigor, same passion through HCLTech grant platform and our other projects which are deep-rooted in rural hinterlands as well as urban and environmental biomes. I think we've been talking a lot about capacity building of NGOs, but believe you me, each travel, each program, each meeting with an NGO leader is inspiring and is learning. So first of all, I think let's go back to the purpose of also HCLTech grant, which is all about recognizing the path-breaking work that NGOs, non-government organizations are doing on ground where no one else goes. Everybody fails those communities. Everybody fails those environmental biomes, and here comes a non-government organization leader who takes that challenge and who does it. And this room is full of such heroes, and also the other room. I wish we had, we could see them here, but I hope they are all listening. So big round of applause and appreciation for all of you. I think it was with this thinking and with this thought that Mr. Nadar himself named this came up with this entire terminology, the fifth estate. And I want to draw your attention to left-hand side of the room. Those 10 years and those 10 years, just read each compendium. Me and my team spend hours writing each word there. And this compendium has 10 case studies, each from the categories of education, environment, and health. And those are stories of success, friends. Even if the 5 crore does not happen, and if you're in the first 10 top list, and we are sitting in IIT, these case studies, if they go to the libraries, and we do disseminate them, in fact, now British Library and the American Library also host these compendiums, meticulously written with picture stories taken from the field, which is the testimony of the work, be it in Nagaland, be it in Sikkim, Meghalaya, Jammu Kashmir, Ladakh, Jharkhand, Orissa, you know, name a state, an HCLTech grant. I was just going through it. It's close to 50 projects which have been honored already, and you know, ever since we started, and some phasing out with amazing impact. We were talking about innovation. Each HCLTech grant has an element of innovation, be it CLART, where we can actually map water and conserve it, be it A&Ms carrying solar-powered diagnostic kit in the highest maternal mortality district of Shardol through IHAT. I mean, CLART is ECS. This kit is solar-powered. You can actually do both non-communicable. You can do actually testing of sugar levels, right, and actually identify high-risk pregnancies at the doorstep. It's also one of the highest sickle cell anemia districts. As a result, newborn deaths are also high. Talk about, you know, the complete elimination of maternal mortality in those areas, and now those PHCs winning the Kayakalp award. Environment, of course, you know, through village-based planning, you know, acres and acres of land brought under community green governance, where now environment is sitting on the village development plans. So I really want to celebrate the passion that our NGO friends have, the leaders have, and we travel, we meet them in the hinterlands, and when we see their leadership, where they've gone, and we have friends from the HCL grant winning organizations, when they walk in those hinterlands, you know, from hills to hills, we have seen the personal commitment that they have made in their lives. Most of our NGO leaders with whom we function, they actually left their homeland once upon a time when they were very young, and they went and they settled down in those hinterlands for the welfare, for the upliftment of those communities. And that's not a small feat. You know, that's something which is I haven't really come across that kind of sacrifice that they have made, and they've lived there. We have leaders who have learned the tribal languages, not one, not two, but 40 to 50 tribal languages, their indigenous practices, nature-based solutions. Then they have co-created solutions. In fact, I was, this Saturday, I was with a community where one of our NGO friends, RDC, I don't know, they're part of our Uday program, but of course it happens to be very, in that particular tribal community, the first batch of higher secondary education, 10 years of CSR law, we can correlate, is the first batch of children that has emerged, which is going to be class 10th. And that happened only because of CSR law. We didn't have any other avenue to support or identify. Our volunteers identified that community, and we began to work and partner with them. So while even, you know, me and my team, at times we have those phases of emotion when too much of paperwork, audit asking 5 questions, you know, ministry asking 10 questions, and then comes the subject matter experts asking another 15 questions, and impact assessment, and blah, blah, blah. A lot of things happen. But it is for a higher purpose. It is for a much, much higher purpose. And when we look at the big picture, everything falls in place, because audit team is doing their job. They're just checking your vouchers. You know, they're just checking. They have to check that. Otherwise, how do we know that there's a third eye on? Because every rupee, every dollar which is coming to us is investors' fund. We really need to give them accounts. So let's keep the accounts. What's the big deal? Just a side thing. Let's do it. But paperwork, let's keep writing. Small things we can always, and language should not be a barrier there. I think it's for us to make it easier for those leaders, those passionate workers who are working. It's very difficult to live in those regions. We were passing by the valley and there was hardly any electricity after 7. We still have solar dependent or no solar dependent. In fact, Nagaland last year from our disaster funds, we had to really make a bridge that connected the community to the PHC which got broken. And because of that, suddenly few maternal deaths, would have happened of high-risk pregnancies if that bridge was not made. Friends, we have to think about rural India. I was making a statement yesterday that 10 years from now, rural India will be a luxury. And thanks to government officers sitting left to us, some of them have really taken a big, mandate to go live there. We met a forest officer just 2 days ago. He told me I cleared FRI in 5th attempt. Young officer from Maharashtra, sitting in the Kaveri sanctuary, that belt, and he said it's 5th attempt. And I was just wondering, government office with no facilities whatsoever, almost negligible. He lives there, guards the forest range. So there is a huge commitment of passionate individuals coming from government. And we were also traveling, we also went, but we lived for 2 days, he lives there. That's the difference. Sir is sitting here, he's been forest ranger throughout his life. So, it is not easy. The regions that we are talking about, I want to really draw attention. If you are applying for HCLTech grant will assess first and foremost your commitment and passion. Rather not assess, learn from you. When our team comes there and they get motivated and they go back with a feeling to do more, I think we have really stepped up the ladder. Each time, a lot of learning happens. The second part here is paperwork. Let's not be overwhelmed. I know we've also not done less in making it overcomplicated, and I keep telling everybody, simplify. Let's write concept note. Let's write one-page concept note. Let's get one picture. Because it's not easy from those extremely remote villages. See, NGOs having big offices and head offices somewhere and all, and then having 4 or 5 people just to do that is a different story. But there are grassroots level organizations which are making a big difference. I also understand we also have a limitation as far as grant applications are concerned of that 50 lakh, and we've relaxed it for health and education this particular year, 10th edition. But for other programs, those limitations are not there. Harit, those limitations are not there. Uday, Samuday, we have so many of those programs. But I just want to make a statement that 10 years of law have been extremely, and walking the path, I remember Nikhil, Bhaumik, we used to have those initial discussions, the nuances, how will we explain. There was no MOU in the office when I joined. There was no format to receive proposals. Simi would remember I used to lock myself in very small cabin there in HCL one bit. What was CSR? Corporate world also it took. But I think it's the board level engagement and the trust that board has placed in some of us. We are very fortunate to be working in a place like HCL where we are understood as a development. It's the same struggle. If you walk into HCL, like we had children and village community members walking in a high-tech building of HCL 2 days ago. We were inaugurating. Aliens, we are aliens at times in that world. Or they think, wow, what are they doing here? But today, I'm so happy to report this year, it is the CSR team which has won the second best enabling function of a big corporate like HCLTech at a global level. And that is our 10 years journey, I would say, that we are actually recognized alongside the HR and the finance and the governance teams of such a big corporate. So thanks to the law that now there is a structured formal place for CSR professionals. And now I'm hearing there's going to be masters in CSR and all not. It's become a full science now. I mean, some of us who are public health specialists, we got a place, and environment and all of that. But now I hear that in times to come, one has to be masters in CSR if you. So that's the journey, but I think it's a mutual respect, but the sacrifice which NGOs make and the leaders make, and young graduates who are making a choice. In fact, I give a lot of credit to my own journey to first decade where I lived in the villages. I spent a lot of time in the slums. I traveled a lot. There was no connection to keep sending messages every now and then. We were gone for a month, just with one bed sheet, one pillow cover, one mosquito odomos basically, and go there and work. I think that's still needed. There are 100 aspirant blocks now announced by Government of India. There are other such blocks which are there, which need us. Let's utilize this opportunity and go there. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nidhi. We'll take some questions, but I would just like to add one thing, because I was in the CSR law had come, and Nidhi, I would not like to hesitate, but say that HCL Foundation and HCLTech is one of the very few companies which in many ways over the last 10 years has played the role which the government is supposed to play in terms of capacity building the whole ecosystem. So what we are doing right now in many ways is what I used to try and do when I was in government at the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. So I think corporates like HCLTech have taken a leadership role, Nidhi, I think in the last 10 years in this entire journey of the CSR mandate. And I think, I hope there are more corporates who can come forward, because one or two alone may not be enough to kind of take up the mantle, because all of you are also, when you are sitting here with a lot of expectations and trying to understand the mandate of, say, one given company which is trying to go beyond its mandate as well at times, I feel. So I think that is another very important thing, Nidhi, that the HCL Academy, for example, there was so you were asking about training on, so we are capacities, the foundation is capacity building also on. And she's in fact, Radha is a batch 3 student. She's also a student of that academy. So a lot of people in the sector are also being capacitated by HCL Foundation, irrespective of whether they are seeking any funding from. So funding is not the only thing that you need to connect with corporates for. It can also be knowledge, it can be a lot of sharing, co-creation and stuff like that. Maybe a couple of questions we can take. Yes, the lady there at the center. Achha, maybe after the. Yeah. After the. You can mention whom you're asking the question.
Right. Dr. Nidhi, it was so heartening to listen to you. And I think there was a lot of positive, energy which probably came to us who work in the NGO. My name is Deepa. I work in slums of Chennai and rural Tamil Nadu with children with developmental delays. We have a mobile therapy model. I had 2 questions. One was to resonate again with what Dr. Vishwanathan was talking about. Newer NGOs in the field, you just mentioned when I came into the organization, I had to just, shut my room and then work on proposals and all that. Mostly we are, I'm also, as an organization, we are 2 years into this work. So it's more or less like how to write a proposal, how do we go ahead with that. So if at all HCL Foundation can probably help us kind of providing a kind of a framework, a format, I think it will be of great help. We wouldn't be able to immediately go for a professional help from outside. That's one. The second question was...
on that point, I want to say, we discourage professional help.
Okay.
We discourage. If your proposal is written by an external consultant or an agency, it's a case for disqualification. We really encourage, and our SMEs can identify that very clearly.
All right.
So we discourage that.
Okay. I think then that answers. And we wouldn't also want to go outside, but then many at times we find it very difficult what to write, what not to write, how to include and all that.
CSR course can help her actually. You can join the course actually in the next batch. And
I think I'll connect with Robin and find out. Yes. The second question was the applicant organization and the website. It talks about the organization must have adequate experience of working in rural areas in India. So when you say adequate experience, is there any kind of a year cap to it?
So Robin will answer those questions. There's a next session, I think.
There is a session on, the eligibility criteria, what to write in the proposal. So all those things will be covered in the next session.
I think we have the lady there, Robin. She had raised her hand. Yeah, at the center. Yeah.
Good afternoon to the panel members. I'm Professor Shobha, representing Oceanic College of Higher Education from Bangalore. And congratulations on 10 years of CSR. The first year when we started in 2014, the child that you started supporting has completed 10 years. That is, he has completed his 10th standard. What happens to this child who's 16 years, okay, who comes from a very poor background? It can be urban or rural. The PWDs, I have also seen that HCL has supported 34% of the PW. And disability is a blessing for the poor. And these students who the government has supported for the past 10 years, but they are also aspiring for senior secondary and university education. What kind of hand-holding is being given to this? And I've also seen the past projects of HCL. Very little, I have applied under the education sector. Very little has been done under senior secondary and university education, because it can be said that the government has a lot of colleges and universities, but especially the PWD people require learning environment according to their learning ability, which is double the cost, where the government will not be able to think or take an initiative, because the resources available is also scarce. The quantum, like for example, in case of 1 hour of my classroom would cost me 30,000 rupees for the teacher, it will be double the amount. So I would like to draw the attention of the HCL Foundation and to the CSR and to Bhumi, who has worked so extensively on CSR, and to you, sir, who have been in the policy formation. The child requires skill development. We have a lot of ITI colleges which work completely on skill development. And this child who is 18 years, the number of college dropouts. So I work in this particular section wherein I pick up children who have dropped out of colleges and PWD students. I have created an inclusive environment for the same, wherein I have, after a thorough study, I have identified this gap. I know I'm...
Your question, is there a question?
The question is, ma'am, I would like to draw the attention of the requirement of the PWD and the college dropouts in the not only in the rural areas, but also in the urban areas. Because all these students who study in the rural area, PWD, I want to draw the attention. So how much of it is going into senior secondary and university education? Because that's where most of the hand-holding is required. Yeah, so what is the quantum of it?
You want me to answer that, Nikhil? I mean, very briefly, I can tell you, of course, there's a lot of work going on. This is HCLTech Grant Rural Development Symposium, so you're hearing more of that. But Uday is another promising program. Bangalore has a great division. There is a big focus on people living with disabilities already, which one can look at. I would recommend you contact Prujo and Dr. Chetna there. Dr. Chetna is from Bangalore. In fact, the biggest organization, ADB, is also supported by HCL. In fact, they were the HCLTech grant winners. That's how they came in the picture. But we have a lot of centers. Paralympic is also a big center. We have many centers in Yuva Kendras where dropout students are getting IoT, Internet of Things, and almost trainings on more than 80 trades, and their income levels have just 5 times of where they started from, almost negligible. So there's lots happening. Contact the right team. They will give you full details. Yeah.
I think one last question now, Robin. Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. The panel discussion is very excellent, really very comfortable. So thank you for inviting a startup also, because I am an NGO. I feel secured. I'm not insecure.
That's
because
nice.
I have a startup. I have a startup. It's a donkey farming. I have a donkey farming in Tamil Nadu. The first donkey farming.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes. Apart from that, it is very helpful for startup and CSR. I don't have any questions, but I want to tell I am secured. Thank you so
very
much.
good. That's fantastic. I'm happiest to feel to be told that I'm wrong on that. I think he has a question.
Sir, very good morning. I want to told to the MCA gentleman, first of all, what is the difference between the government organization and the non-government organization? First of all, we have to know, we have to understand. We are an NGO, I am an NGO, I am from Tamil Nadu, for the dead end of Tamil Nadu, Delta district of Thiruvarur. I am basically a civil and structural engineer for the past 30 years. Parallelly, I am doing the NGO, named by Velangani Society for Rural Construction and Technical Education. Acronomically named by virtue of God. Even when entered to my professional, I earn per hour 10,000 rupees. But I can't enter into my own profession. But I change it to the social work. In my first 30 years experience, every NGO is having the income tax exemption, totally ADG. Ministry of Home Affairs, Foreign Ministry of Home Affairs, FCRA, CSR registration, Durban, Nidhi Adyog, PAN number. Everything every NGO should have, and every year should be maintained, and every year should be submitted the audited reports. As an NGO, it's a big task to run our NGO with sustainability. First of all, the MCA should rule. Question. Yes. Should rule. The NGO should smell and taste the CSR funds rather than their own utility. The state government, all state government departments are received firstly the CSR funds. I am running 15 numbers of shelter for homeless under the NULM scheme, National Urban Livelihood Scheme, the central funded scheme. Now the scheme was stopped after 5 years funded. They are stopped the funds and giving the letters of the commissioners to us. You are going to approach the CSR and get the funds and run the shelters. The shelter is a institutional project. The homeless is continuously running. They are proportional to the increasing of the population.
Have to ask the question, please.
Okay.
Please ask the
Then
question.
enter into the CSR corporate agencies. They are not allowing to give the funds. They are not. We are giving the funds to the state agencies and central government only. They are, but the norms and legal, the legal criteria in NULM is after 5 years completed, you have to go approach the CSR agencies and get the funds and run the project. But they delay the CSR funds. Just like we are very struggled to run the project, institutional project and other thing. What is your solution for those type of projects and such like this?
I will respond to you on one condition, sir, that you will not ask me a counter question, number one. You have a counter question, we'll sit separately and we'll discuss. That is my commitment. Are we on? Do me a thumbs up. Good? Okay. So please take this out of your mind that there is any match fixing over here, right? There are many organizations which run, who run, there are many people who run NGOs. I'm also one of them. There are 3 million NGOs. 2 lakh are on Darpan. 16,000 are on FCRA. Many have been removed from FCRA. Government has its ways, its norms. Those are to be responded to by the NGOs, okay? Every corporate has a policy, like HCL has a policy. Here we are for a rural program, but there are urban programs also. So we as NGOs need to understand the rules from the government as well as the policy framework of the corporate and then apply. If we apply consistently and with some application of mind, there is a chance, good chance, that if you are doing good work, your conversion may happen. But it is easier said than done, it can take time. Now beyond this, we will discuss separately, please, because there is a time crunch. We have to wind up, and thank you so much to the panelists, and a big round of applause to the NGOs who are sitting over here. I would request Aishwarya, you or the others to please take over, and I guess some felicitation for the speakers. Robin, thank you so much. Over to.
Thank you, all the eminent panelists, for this wonderful session. And without taking much time, I would like to invite Dr. Nidhi to honor Ms. Vasudha Narasimhan, please. A big round of applause, please. I would now invite Ms. Simi Suri, General Manager, HCL Foundation, to honor Mr. Arul Jodi Arasan. Yeah. I would invite, it's okay. I would invite Simi to honor Ms. Radha Srinivasan. Simi, you can honor Mr. Aravind Subramanian as well, please. Thank you. Once again, I thank all the panelists for the session, and in respect of time, we'll take all the questions that you have later towards this session. And moving on to the next session, we are happy to invite Mr. Nandakumar IRS, an Indian Revenue Service Officer and the Joint Commissioner of Income Tax. We welcome you, sir. So he's been a role model for many IAS and civil service aspirants in Tamil Nadu. Right. Mr. Nandakumar, overcoming so many challenges, has been a topper of Indian administrative services, and he's also partnered with Dasya, an NGO in Ashok Nagar, working with schools and slums in that area, and his work is spread across the community. He is leading many motivational workshops and life skill development session, and he's leading by example for so many aspirants who wish to crack the civil services and other competitive exams in our country. Without taking much time, I would invite you, Mr. Nandakumar sir, to take up the stage, please. Welcome, sir.
So I know it's already lunchtime with it. Yes, at least maybe probably I'll finish it off in 10 minutes because it's half an hour. If there is a deficit for anyone, maybe socially or individually or even as such nation, that deficit is the opportunity. That's the opportunity. So when that becomes an opportunity, if trying that to fulfill I'm taking that as an opportunity and fulfilling it, that becomes the aspiration. That is why when I see any NGO, because every year I'm associated not less than 200 to 300 NGOs, maybe grooming them or rather mentoring them or rather any advice which is trying to take them. So I'm getting associated. The only one thing because being an income tax authority, we always see the objects and reasons of the trust. And when suppose someone is taking 100 rupees, we say that how the 80 rupees is applied. That's the application of the income. That's the first criteria we try to rule out. So someone is again, 100 vandirchana, 80 எப்படி apply பண்றாங்க அப்படின்றது the first criteria. So when it is applied. But when someone is applying the funds whatever received, because grants received பண்ணுது, we see what is actually the purpose of application. When we are not sticking or rather aligning to the objects, then we find that there is some deviation or rather the object's not achieved. So this is how I always get associated and see. I know very well many of the NGOs prior to this meeting. So I'm just telling, by like there is a saying, ஒரு பானை சோற்றிற்கு ஒரு சோறு பதம். Suppose I'm taking a rice out of a melted pot again. So when I'm meshing it, I know whether that it's again that the uniform temperature which is prevailing in the pot makes feel that one rice is sufficient to feel that all the rice are boiled. So the same way here I'm telling you, when any like a pricking of any person or any activity, we get to know that yes, they have fulfilled the objects, and that is why when they stated certain activities which I am associated with many of the NGOs. One thing I'll write as an individual, because I also have individual responsibility, social responsibility. I used to say it's an ISR. ISR, why should I take an ISR unless I have a purpose for it? But I don't take any organization or I don't take anything because I have some youngsters who join with me, and the only reason because I was denied education. I was rather thrown out of the school, not dropped out of school. Since I was thrown out of the school for my dyslexic, whatever the learning disorder, now I felt because the system as such rejected me. It's not individual rejected. The education system has rejected. In the education system, and reject panadukapram, I'm not revenging that. So I need a positive revenge. That is where when I came in my office vehicle, I have one of the youngster, Mr. Umapati. I'm associated with Umapati right from I've joined my office because he was my inspector. Now he's an income tax officer. I always I don't notify that I'm coming to his because that was just opposite to the slum is just opposite to my college near Vyasapadi. So I go there. That the way that the constructive community development, that's very important. ஏன்னா எங்கே ரொம்ப டிஸ்ட்ரெஸ் நிறைய இருக்கும், டிஸ்ட்ரெஸ் நிறையா இருக்கிற இடத்துல aspirations are very much. But only thing, if you're making, like always say, I always see that when I go to and reach Umapati, I always see that he has a purpose to target the slum children. Reason because these slum children become an anti-national, anti-social. அது ஒன்றே ஒன்று தான், அவங்க எல்லாம் சுற்றி பார்க்குறாங்க சமூகத்தில். இந்த பசங்கள்லாம் நாளைக்கு என்னென்னா அந்த பசங்களை டார்கெட் பண்ணாமல் விட்டுட்டா they are in the same society. And when I'm living just like that, the same society who are actually negatively influenced, they're again influencing them. We are actually, it's a boomerang. நம்ம சொசைட்டியில் ஏதாவது ஒன்று கண்டுக்காம விட்டுட்டா அது திரும்ப நம்மளுக்கு தான் எங்கேயோ ஒரு ஃபார்மில் ஐயோ இது முதல்ல அங்கே எங்கேயா நம்ம அவங்கள திருத்திருந்தோம் அப்படின்னா, இல்லை அவங்கள நம்ம மாடிஃபை பண்ணியிருந்தோம், இல்லைனா அவங்கள முன்னேற்றிருந்தோம் அப்படின்னா நம்மளை திரும்ப இங்கே ஒரு கட்டத்தில் நம்மளை ஹிட் பண்ணியிருந்திருக்க மாட்டாங்களோ அப்படின்னு. அப்படி தான் உமாபதி என்ன பண்ணாருன்னா இந்த இன்ஸ்டன்சஸ் why I'm telling, because sometimes we need to target right people. Many time என்னன்னா நம்ம டார்கெட்டை ரீச் பண்ணுறதுல நிறைய பேர் ப்ராப்ளம். ரைட் டார்கெட் and right people, and I'm telling, always seeing that it becomes a pattern. All successful NGOs are always targeted because they show a model and they are with the photograph. And I always discourage people that encouraging one particular NGO or one particular who are actually becoming obese by the funds. அங்கே ஃபண்டில் என்ன நிறைய ஃபண்டு ஓவர்ஃப்ளோ ஆகி அவங்க they are very obese, and this becomes the pattern of many CSR activity. But I say that, and that when I was even talking to the HCL Foundation, they stated that they have a layers of doing it. So in that way, I'll come to Mr. Umapati. The only team to qualify, because நம்மளுக்கு மோட்டிவேஷன் நீங்களே உங்கள் ட்ரஸ்ட்டு உங்களோட ட்ரஸ்டியே நீங்களே மோட்டிவேஷன் தான். பட் I do not know why you require motivation from me. But again, I'm telling you how I'm getting connected. Being a school dropout as a slum boy, I know very well, it's not this Slumdog Millionaire Marilla, it's not a story. So I know very well that if I have been in the slum, what I would have been, I've been a mechanic boy or a radio service boy. On the area, what impact I would have created on my community, I would have never created if I would have remained in that same region as such. So what I felt, because that is where I could acknowledge those children, the slum boys again. Umapati has taken the task of identifying the person, not actually they are being focused. So he put on those boys into training them in football. Football is one, both mind and body, because it's again, you need an activity. You need an activity for yourself to discipline yourself. Once, if you're not disciplined, You can't create discipline for others. He is a footballer. In a department, he is an inspector. He joined as an inspector as a footballer. So he has the discipline. When he has the discipline, he is trying to, it's not a discipline, I'm telling, in terms of rules and regulations. A discipline for a soul, discipline for your physique, discipline for your mind. அந்த discipline இருக்கிறதுனால என்ன பண்றாருன்னா அந்த discipline inculcate பண்ணோம். He wants to inculcate to those slum boys and slum children. He is selecting and training them, no excuses again, training them. For that, he is creating infrastructure. He would have turned left and right to everyone who is sponsoring. And that is how he has reached HCL also. HCL is one of I take the pride being here. The one factor I'm being here, it's because Umapati, because they have sponsored a right person. They have given a grant to a right person who was reaching again. And see, right person target பண்றது முக்கியம் இல்லை. Right person ஓட targetல what is the cause effect relationship? That's very important. Because I'm reaching 3.8 lakh children every year. +2 government school children. Every year I don't take any opportunity of any organization. That's again because I have an equation with the government. I'm reaching them. And especially below average students. Reach பண்றப்ப ஒண்ணே ஒண்ணுதான். I say that I'm not targeting group. I'm targeting each and every individual. I'm not targeting group. If I'm targeting group, then again, I'll be slicing it. I'm targeting each and every. I'm inculcating the sense in each and every one that they should come up in life. Not being education as an excuse. Don't take education as an excuse. If you are trying, even education can't give you an excuse. That is why I'm saying, I'm telling, I'm just standing before you. When I tell all those children. So that is how Umapathiyoda story, that the motivation, because he is one motivation to me, though I'm maybe a motivational speaker. But when I see him, a man with a great cause again, each and every day, each and every minute, he's thinking, in a department, or a thought, the only team to qualify for the World Football Cup. See, this is where meeting in the minds again. See, when you meet in minds, actually, people and the resource will start coming together. That's how it's happened in my life. So what happened to Umapati was, he wants those children to send to they qualify, only team in India, they're qualified, so they don't have a passport. Now who will take a passport? Because I'm certifying all the Tatkal passports for all the 18 children. I attested without verifying the background again, because I know them. I know Umapati because I know Umapati. When I know Umapati is disciplined, I'm acknowledging entire team as such. 18 people are sponsored Tatkal. I personally went to the passport office because I know the RPO, even Aston, and I went and acknowledged each and everyone. We got the passport, visa and everything, sponsorship, everything. Even I went to the airport, even giving customs clearance, immigration clearance, throwing them. The very important once, because that boy has become the Asian best footballer, Dilip and Soldur. Asian footballer. The community, as such, I'm telling you, once they have come back, because now they have seen the different lifestyle. Europe or Western country, Scandinavian country, Sweden, the lifestyle, they're looking back. What is our quality of life? What is our standard of living? What is actually these people? There is a distinct actually, not in India, I'm telling in country. Now, each and every child have become a role model. I'm telling you, each and every child. They become the goodwill sponsor. See, you're not just sponsoring a candidate or you're not just doing an activity. Your activity should send a message. That the message again, an enduring message, a sustained message. Yes, you are for a real cause. Neenga or real cause kaga irukringa அப்படின்ற அந்த சென்ஸை இன்கல் பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா that is the discipline which you require as being an NGO or as being a trustee or as being any foundation as such. On the sense when you are having it, you will inculcate in each and every mind. When you are inculcating into your mind, again, the action will be, it is automated. The action is automated. When your action is automated, they will deliver. When it is delivered, it creates a chain reaction. I'm telling again, it's a nuclear chain reaction where it makes a sustainable chain reaction. And maybe Umapati has created a sustainable chain reaction in that community. I'm witnessing it. I'm witnessing that it doesn't. And this is how I'm telling you. When I'm reaching, because the last week Sunday also I was reaching a specific target because I don't choose any district as such. What I do as being a school dropout and child labor and everything, my intention that I have 13 criteria to select anyone to train because 60,000 aspirants I'm training every year free of cost. But other than I take 13 criteria which is very particular. I don't want to just give it. And they say, no, no, sir, we have already attended. When you have not attended any coaching, you are eligible. And when you don't have an affordability on socio-economic criteria, you are eligible. And when you're a government, you don't have anything. When you're from a government school, government college, you don't have anything. I'm here to deliver. I'm teaching. I'm telling, it's not that I give it to someone to teach, because I've cleared, I have experience. So from 98, I do myself. I don't even delegate, or rather I don't give it to anyone. I deliver from morning 9 to evening 5 without non-stop or except for the lunch break. They asked us, sir, why are you troubling yourself that you give stress your voice? You give it to someone. I have all my delegates again that who will deliver more than me. But I said, if someone is delivering, they're not delivering me. I want to deliver myself. When I'm delivering, I have a sense of satisfaction. Accidentally, I'm telling you. Sometimes you meet people accidentally who have got, when my sense is inculcated into them, I meet them accidentally sometime. So one boy actually said, sir, I have attended your free coaching. He was next to me in the flight. Sir, do you remember me? I said, I don't remember you. Because Mass, no, I don't remember you, sir. Sir, you don't remember, but we remember you. You know, I failed in the civil service. The failures, again, I'm telling you, you don't want to succeed for what you have been trained. You don't want to. You don't want to create failures, social failures. There is no social failures again, life failures again. So I said, sir, I failed, but I succeeded. Where do you succeed? I said, sir, I have become an entrepreneur. Cashew nuts, again, processed cashew nuts. I am sponsoring intern to so many children who have been, since you have given me free education, I'm in turn, when I've derived my profit, I'm in turn giving it to back. This is the impact which I want to create, being a school dropout, child labor, dyslexic, whatever. This education, when this education would have not been my part, definitely I'm telling you, God, I do not know why He has given me education. But when I travel, not traveling flat, but when I'm traveling verticals again, I see that I was the youngest private secretary of the government of India. The God has given me, because just I have educated and educating people, God has given me the opportunity. I created the Department of Disabled Affairs of the government of India. I was responsible for creating that. And see, the visually challenged and physically challenged, they may not know me, but I have the satisfaction. Out of that satisfaction, once a department created, I need a product now. The sense product is a human resource product again. The first aspirant of the visually challenged aspirant, Beno Shefin, she is now the Malaysian consulate head. She is the first visually challenged candidate which I have created out of this disabled department. Not only creating the department, I trained her and she became the civil servant of India. This is where the mission, this education has given me. And this is what I want to impact to every children. When this education can create this fool, the highest again, even anyone who is attempting, they will make it. So this is the motivation, each and every one. If you have your sense, you can implant your sense into others again, they will deliver. So that delivery is very essential for each and everyone. With this, I take up the opportunity and congratulate and wish everyone achieve a purpose for whatever the objects, reasons created. Though we are income tax authority, the main purpose again, my father used to say, what is the use of running when you're on the right track? செல்லும் பாதை சரியான பாதையாக இல்லாத பொழுது வேகமாக ஓடுவதால் என்ன பயன்? What is the use of running when you are not on the right track? When your activity is not in right track, you will not achieve a mission. Only vision that I set my mind, I achieved, but still again miles to go before I sleep. So this is the way you take your mission. Being an NGO, நீங்க travel பண்ண வேண்டிய இந்த சொசைட்டிக்கு நிறைய இருக்கு. When you are enhancing the rural and the human resource, you are making India de-developed. With that note, I take the opportunity to leave. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring speech and the contagious positive energy that you have spread across this auditorium. And every story that you have told is a great takeaway, and this will keep us motivating, and we'll also learn to inspire many people in our lives that we come across from now on. And right now, to honor To honor Mr. Nandakumar, IRS Commissioner of Income Tax, I would like to invite Mr. Avni Kumar Verma, retired IFS, to the stage. Can we have a big round of applause, please? To announce the next session for the day, I call upon my colleague Aishwarya to the stage, please.
So the wait is over. The much awaited session on understanding the whole HCLTech grant application process is here. Many of you have asked questions on what is the eligibility criteria, what it entails to be a recipient. So அந்த கேள்விக்கான எல்லா பதிலும் உங்களுக்கு இந்த செஷனில் கிடைக்கும். இந்த செஷனை நடத்துறதுக்கு I invite my colleague Ms. Shelly Kaushal, Deputy Manager, HCL Foundation.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I will be taking you through the HCLTech grant process. I know HCLTech grant doesn't need any introduction because it has now and with this edition will be completing 10 years. And we have come a long journey, a decade of it. So yeah, soon let's just start with the presentation. I am sure you all are aware of what is HCLTech grant. So HCLTech grant is a CSR, it started in 2015, is a CSR initiative. Can I have a mic? Sorry. So HCLTech grant started in 2015 is a CSR initiative by HCLTech through HCL Foundation in India, which awards financial grants to NGO who are working towards the rural development of India. So you can see there are two clear-cut objectives. So the first objective is that it gives financial grants to innovative, replicable, scalable, sustainable, and time-bound projects who are working towards the rural development of country. And the second objective, which Dr. Nidhi also spoke about, is the compendium, which you can see here. So we identify the NGOs who are working towards this rural development and who have submitted the models which have created a sustainable impact overall, and they are being recognized through this compendiums, and all these compendiums are up on our website. You can go through them and read more about the compendiums, the projects which have made up to the sub-jury round, the top 30 NGOs. Their projects are featured in this compendium. So moving to the next. So we do a commitment of 5 crore. So 5 crore is given to the winner NGO across all three categories: environment, health, and education. And 25 lakh is given to the other 6 finalists for a year-long project. So we do a commitment of 16.5 crore annually. Now moving to the next. So these are some of the definitions. So, a lot of times I get the queries on, what is the best category, or because a lot of times you all feel that, if you apply in a certain theme, you have an edge, and you have a lot of queries that whether you should apply in an environment or it will go in the education category. So here is an list, which is not a comprehensive list, but we have just tried to capture all the themes and the sub-themes which we take into consideration under the HCLTech grant, so which you can read on our website. Yeah, this is health, this is education category. So yeah, now the exciting news, and I take this privilege to announce that we have, and Dr. Nidhi have already announced this, that now there's a relaxation in the eligibility criteria. So in the category of health and education, now it's 50 lakhs. So earlier it was 1 crore, now it's 50 lakhs. So now, with this news, I think so it will enable more and more NGOs to apply. So now the preceding 3 years financial expenditure should be 50 lakh if you want to apply in education and health category. For environment, it was always 50 lakhs. So yeah. Moving to the next. So, since morning, I'm a lot of people are coming to me and asking on the eligibility criteria. Everything is on our website. We are very transparent. But I still want to, take a few minutes and just reflect back on the eligibility criteria. So the first point is that the organization must be a registered non-profit organization. It should be registered as a trust, society, or Section 8 of the Companies Act, or should be liable to receive CSR funding according to the Section 135 of the Companies Act. The second point is that, and every time there are a lot of amendments which are coming. So in 2021, there was an amendment where government declared that every NGO should have CSR Form 1. So I am requesting everyone, so please, if you still do not have CSR Form 1, please apply for it. And because not just for HCL, for any donor, you need to have CSR Form 1 now to apply for any grant. Then you need to have your ATG 12A, your renewal of 12A and ATG forms in place while applying for HCLTech grant. Then the functional existence. So yes, we do receive a lot of queries on the functional existence. So you need to have a minimum 5 years of functional existence if you want to apply for HCLTech grant across all the 3 categories. And with this, the eligibility criteria, so now it's 50 lakh for all the 3 categories. The financial expenditure for the last 3 years should be 50 lakhs. Moving to the next. So there are certain prerequisites which one need to fulfill while applying for HCLTech grant. So one of the first prerequisite is that, and this I want to also highlight here, that HCLTech grant is for rural areas. So, and as since morning we are hearing there are other programs also, but HCLTech grant focuses on the rural areas. And also, what project you are applying, it's important that it should mention the category, like the bylaws. Your bylaws should mention that category. So, for example, if you are applying in environment category, your bylaws should mention that you have that purview to apply in this category. Then the grant must not be solely used for the infrastructure development. So we give 5 crore grant. So we do not encourage NGOs to put the proposal of infrastructure development where you're dedicating your 4 crore budget above that to the infrastructure development solely. So we do not encourage that. Sub-granting is not allowed. So it's very important that, if you are a winner and when we give you funds, it's important that you do a direct implementation of the project. So it's not that, you receive money from us and you give it to someone else for the implementation. So that's very important that sub-granting is not allowed. And the proposed, the organization should not have any pending litigations. And also, and it's the project is for the 4 years. So it's important, while you are writing and submitting your proposal, the budget you propose is for the 4 years and the activities you divide is across the 4 years. So moving to the next, and everything is up on the website. So you can, before applying for HCLTech grant, I request everyone to please go through the website, read before applying, so that you also have all the things in hand while applying, and it will make your life and job easy. So now how to apply? So now there are 2 things which you need to do and understand, because a lot of times NGOs just register and they do not submit their application. So it's important that you first register and also submit your application, because if you do not submit, we will not be able to review your application. And after submission of your application, you will also get an acknowledgement email from us. If you do not get that acknowledgement email, please feel free to write to us at hclgrant@hcl.com. We also have our toll-free number 1800-572-0608. So please call us on that. Now, so I'm quickly going to take you how to register and then log in and submit your application. So let's go to the registration page. And if so now the application, we have also make it very NGO friendly, so that you can also keep a tab of your application, and also you can fill it, you can save it, review it, and then you can submit it. So it is divided into 3 parts. The first is an organization profile, then the project abstracts, then the mandatory documents which you need to submit and submit your application. So yeah, quickly take you through the how to apply, how to register for HCLTech grant. In the morning also, we were helping you with the registration. So before going to the website, meanwhile it's up on the screen. May I please ask who all have registered for HCLTech grant? May I please show of hands? Okay. We still have a lot of people, I think so, who have still not registered for the grant application. So I request you to please take this opportunity. We are here today and we can help you, support you with the registration. And if you have any queries, we can take those queries and help you with it. Yeah. When you will open our website, you will see, on the home page only, there is a create new account. So you have to just click on that and registration page will open. If people who have still not done, like NGOs who have still not done the registration, they can follow me and do it just right away because it won't even take 2 minutes to do the registration. So yeah, this is our HCLTech site. And just on the right hand side, you will see a login and a register. And here also there's a create new HCLTech grant account. So just click on this. And the registration page will open where we are just asking you the basic details, your name of your organization, your registered email IDs, your the address and the category you wish to apply. Once you register, after this registration, you will get a link on your registered email ID. So just click on that link and set your password. Once you do that, then there is a login page which you have just seen. So you have to just put your credentials there. So your registered email ID or the username which you created and the password which you have set, just put that and the form will open. So the form is divided into 3 parts, which I was telling, that the organization profile, project abstract, mandatory documents which you need to submit. Let me talk about the mandatory documents which you need to keep in hand while applying for HCLTech grant. So the first is your registration certificate. So please keep it handy. And the second thing which you need to have is your renewal of 12A and ATG and your 12A and ATG certificates also. And when we talk about the financial expenditure, so it's important that you also have your preceding 3 years financial expenditure vetted by your CAs, which you can upload. And then there is a declaration which we always ask. So you can download the form from there itself and fill that form and again, scan it and re-upload it on the website and submit it. So this is basically the process, and also I would still encourage NGOs because I get a lot of queries. We have really tried our best to make the form very friendly so that you can easily fill it. And it's just that little bit of preparation because before every exam we prepare ourselves. So I think so it's important, and everything is there on our website. So you do not have to go anywhere. You just Google HCL grant, how to apply, what is the eligibility criteria, who can apply, everything is mentioned there. So it's just that a little homework will really help you to apply for HCLTech grant. So now I hand it over to Robin for the next session.
It's the same session, there's no separate, and this is the last session before your lunch. Okay, so please don't think that there is another session coming in. So we'll finish it in time. So what you have actually gone through is the application process. So there are organization profile which you have to submit. There is a project note, 2-page concept note which you have to fill and submit. Along with that, your 3 years audited financials, declaration, your organizational certificate, all those documents, whatever we have asked, so those documents you have to submit. And if you face any difficulty, there is a helpline number starting with 1800. So that is directed towards me, Shelly, and Rimisha from my team. So you can ask those queries through our helpline number. And we are also doing this, apart from the symposiums, we're also doing this help desk, online help desk, which you can actually register, and those 1 hour help desk will help you in submitting your applications. So that's on the entire application process. Now, I'm coming on to the very important aspect, not from the application point of view, but once you submit your application, what happens? So that is what I'm going to cover. So there is one ma'am which she asked one question, said, what is that we have to put in our proposal while submitting it to HCL grant? So today, what I'm going to explain you are the parameters, selection parameters, which we at HCLTech grant are using to evaluate and select each proposal in these 7 stages. And these parameters are defined in a way that it is similar across all 7 categories, so all 7 stages of selection. So before I come on to the selection parameters, I want to ask this question to you all. Okay, not for HCL grant, but you have been approaching so many CSR companies, so many donors. So what do you think are the selection parameters which the companies or the donors, they used to select the best proposal as per their requirement or as per the proposal which you have submitted? So what are those selection parameters? Impact, scalability, sustainable, innovation, realistic, very good point, realistic, credibility of the organization, reputation of the organization, yes, very important point. Beneficiaries, how you have calculated your beneficiaries while putting up your proposal. Innovation, uniqueness of the proposal. What else? Target areas, very good point, sir. Target area. Come again, please. Utilization of money, like fund management, budget planning. Good point. Measurable impact. Sir? Census. Success of the program. The earlier success of the program. Yes? Annual convergence. Sir has raised a very important point, convergence, which we always miss in our proposal, which I'm going to cover. Why the convergence is very important while you are sending your proposal, not only to HCL grant, but any other donor. What else? Activities, project activities, how well you have written your project activities in line with your project budget. What else? Okay, so I think more or less you have answered, what all are the requirements in a proposal. So now you will see all these things, whatever you have said, we have those parameters included in our evaluation. Is this okay? So the first and foremost important parameter for HCLTech grant is relevance. How relevant is that project? And how do you define relevance? I want to hear from the audience. How do you define relevance? Based on your CSR goals, you're saying, okay. Organization ethos? No. Relevance of the proposed model or project. How do you define that? Addressing the problem statement pain point. That is the most important point. Addressing the problem statement, ma'am. That's define your relevance of the project, proposed concept. And how do you define your problem statement? How do you define your problem statement? I want quick answers from the audience. Come on. This is an interaction. How do you define your problem statement? Exactly. So how well you are connecting your problem statement with the data. Have you ever thought about it? When you write the problem statement, always think, look, we are giving you this information basis our evaluation. Please don't compare. That's a disclaimer. We don't know what other CSR companies are doing, how they evaluate the proposal, how they select NGOs. We can only tell you how HCL is selecting NGOs. And more or less, I believe in the development sector, all the donors will apply these parameters. If you listen to these parameters. Problem statement with facts, data, primary data, secondary data will define your correct problem statement. How relevant is that problem statement? Okay? Second is the innovation, the impact. How well you have written your impact statement. Now, when you write impact, do you foresee, what all things you foresee when you write impact in the proposal? Come on, answers. Number of people getting benefited. Geographical area, very good point. Geographical area. SRO activities. Sustainability and exit strategy is very important point which we never think while we write our proposal. That is the most disregarded point when you write your proposal, but that is the most strong point which every donor would like to see in your proposal. Sustainability and how well you have written your exit strategy. If HCL is providing you a fund for 3 years, after 3 years, what is going to happen? If HCL funds are not there, that is what HCL would like to know when they select your proposal and any other donor. So impact will have all these parameters. Beneficiaries, your focus area, your exit strategy, your sustainability, and all these indicators are all interconnected. Please don't take it as separate indicators. When you write your proposal, it should flow like a story. That is out of my experience, I can tell you. After 10 years of evaluating all these proposals which are coming in HCLTech grant, what I, as an evaluator, and we have our eminent sub-jury member here, we have our subject matter expert here, we have our governance partner, Grant Thornton, and this is, I think this is one of the luckiest day that you have all the evaluators today on one stage to share their experience, how they are selecting these proposals. And every evaluators get a defined number of proposals. Like for example, sub-jury get 10 proposals to select top 3 for the final jury round. Mr. Avani, who is a subject matter expert, he gets around 150 to 200 proposals from the entire lot to read and select the top 15 for the field visit. And then they select from top 15, they select top 10 for the sub-jury round. And governance partner Grant Thornton is also here, Mr. Rohit Bahadur. So their team role is from the stage 1 to stage 7, the entire due diligence check. What all are the things they check as an auditor, as due diligence partner of HCL Grant, as a governance partner of HCL Grant. They will share your experience. And the first and the foremost, the most important point, we have the winner of the HCL Grant today with us. The Keystone Foundation from Tamil Nadu. And they will also share their experience, how they cracked this entire HCL Grant selection process. And we have 5 to 6 recipients of HCLTech Grant in Tamil Nadu. So that's the most proud thing for all of you. And a big encouragement for you all to apply for HCLTech Grant. So sustainability I've already covered. We'll come into the inclusiveness. What do you mean by inclusiveness? Come on. Inclusiveness. Male-female ratio. What do you mean by male-female ratio? How you define that? How you define male-female ratio? Come on. Based on, you can say that, based on our object, but there is one more aspect to that. Huh? Gender equality is how you define a gender equality in your in your proposal. So I'll share some experiences with you. We have got many proposals in HCL grant in the past where NGOs, when they select one village, and this is a rural project, this is a rural program. All projects which are applied in HCLTech grant has to be a rural development program. So when you select your village, when you select your panchayat, when you select your beneficiaries, make sure you have a combination of both male, female as your plus as your indirect beneficiaries. Unless and until it's a very specific case where you have more number of beneficiary as women or men, but that you will have to, that depends on case to case basis. But when we evaluate proposals, we see what has been the distribution of beneficiaries. Inclusiveness is very important. And that is the least thing which we take care while we devise. We think, okay, koi bhi number, any number we put, they will accept. Any donor will accept. No, there is a lens. And these are the lenses which we use. And just imagine our situation as evaluators. When you sit with thousands of best concept note which we have received from all over India in 3 categories, how are we going to select? There has to be a selection parameters. There has to be a weighted quantitative and qualitative analysis which we have to put. And there is a proper document with us, evaluation of each and every proposal of yours. Which NGO has, scored what. So we have that records with us. But sometimes we share it basis your request, but sometimes some counters have also come from NGOs. Okay, no, we will not accept that. We will not accept that we have scored such less marks in this parameter. So this kind of approach, that doesn't make any NGO to grow. You have to have an open mind when you apply to any such grants and take a positive feedback and to improvise. I can tell you, in the entire lot of our winners, you see any NGO, there is no NGO who has applied for the first time and they got it as a winner. At least most of them have applied for 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, even 6 times they have applied and they have been. And how they have been announced as a winner? Because they have improvised on the feedback which we have given to them and improvised on the proposals which they have been submitting. And understand this is a competition. This is not like you are submitting a proposal to us and we are selecting. It is a competition. You have to compete with the best of the NGOs who are being applying from all other states of India for these 3 categories. Then replicability and scalability. What do you mean by replicability and scalability? I know these are very basic questions, but sometimes these basic things only we forget while putting our proposals. What do you mean by replicability, scalability? Duplication is, you can say, applicable models. So basically, if in a village, you are already having a project and you are replicating the same model in village B, where you have not worked, but you know the need assessment is there. Through your need assessment, you know the problem statement is there. That's replicability. Scalable means in village A, you are reaching out to 1,000 beneficiaries, now you're reaching out to 2,000 beneficiaries. It's very simple. So when you write your proposal, the first thing you have to do is call all your team members, your finance, your project team, your founders, everyone. And one thing which Nidhi just mentioned, and I'm reiterating that message again. If you go and get your proposal written through an agency, the chances of getting selected is minimal. If you write your proposal with your own thinking, with your own handwriting, and with your own perspective of what you know is best required for that particular community, that has the most higher probability of getting selected. We don't see what English you have written, what is the grammar there. We only see the content. What is the content? What is the problem statement you're talking about? And what is the solution you're talking about? And how are you going to get to that solution? And and the funds which you are asking, whether it's properly utilized for that to reach the impact is what we check. And last, the financial modeling, which I've already mentioned. So financial modeling is very important. How you connect your budget with the project activities, with the impact and all. So when you sit with your, when you write any proposal, the best way we do is, in HCL or any, we recommend any NGOs to do that. Sit in a conference room, put a chart paper. A chart paper, 10 rupees chart paper. Put it in front of you, write theory of change. What is theory of change? What is theory of change? How many of you know theory of change? Please raise your hands. Theory of change. Logical framework, yeah. Yes. So you start with your challenge. You come up with your activities. What is the problem statement? You start with the problem statement in the base. Write 5 problem statements which you oversee. Very, very, very macro level. Activities. Then output. Immediate output. What you will achieve in each year when you do these activities. And finally, what do you see? The overall outcome. And when you make that in one sheet, I can challenge you, you can convince any funder. So without wasting much time now, I'll invite, because there's a pin drop silence, nobody's responding. It's either they are sleeping or they're listening to me. Okay. So now I'd like to invite our, subject matter experts and the team to share their experiences. So, thank you, sir. So I hope with this, you must have got an idea, like when you write a concept note, what all are those things? These are very small things. I'm not talking about these big, evaluations which all these organizations, these are small things. If you include very simple project, it should go as a story. When you write your proposal in a story format in a very, flow way, that, okay, this is my problem statement, these are my activities, this is how I'm going to find out my solution, and this is the budget I need to find out my solution. Just go in that way, and you will get a very good proposal written by yourself only. Okay, we will take questions, sir. We'll take questions once how many pages? Only 2 pages. For an HCL grant, we are only asking 2-page concept note. If you are able to convince us in 2 pages, if you even write 20 pages, that will not suffice. That 2 pages is enough. Okay. So, and nowadays, every donor wants a short concept note. They don't want to read this 20, 30, 50-page concept note. Who has that much time? Even if it's a AI day, so AI days, I know most of you must have. So that is most welcome. You at least put your ideas. Use the facility of AI to make it more crisper and make more in a better way. So use AI in a very constructive way. Okay. So now we have the much awaited or experience sharing, which I just talked about. We have from the horse's mouth. You will listen what all I just mentioned here. So first, I would like to call upon the stage Ms. Ambika Natarajan. As we have already introduced her, she's a Senior Vice President with HCLTech and one of our most senior-most sub-jury member, not age-wise, but experience-wise in reading all these proposals. For the past 7 years, we have the honor of having Ms. Ambika as our eminent sub-jury member in the education category. Now I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Rohit Bahadur. He is the partner, non-for-profit CSR Advisory and Sustainability, Grant Thornton, India. Rohit comes with over 25 years of experience in advising clients and NGOs on governance-related matters, including project audits, CSR advisory, pre-grant and post-grant assessments. So, and we are proud to say that Grant Thornton has been associated with us from edition 2 onwards. This is our edition 10. So you can understand the quality of work they have been doing, that they have not given us a space to change any other audit firm other than Grant Thornton. So I'd like to invite Mr. Avani Kumar Verma, sir. He is our HCLTech very senior subject matter expert, advisor, and also the retired IFS officer from the Karnataka regiment. And he has been instrumental in selecting these NGOs from stage 1 till stage 7, till stage 6. So thank you, sir, for coming in here. We have Dr. K.S. Ramesh. Dr. K.S. Ramesh is a PhD Deputy Director with Banyan Academy of Leadership in Mental Health, BAM NGO, we call them. They are the HCL grant recipient in the education category in 2021. They received this grant of 25 lakhs and they were one of the runner-ups in HCLTech grant. Last but not the least, may I have the privilege of calling Dr. Shaini Mariam Rehel. She is a senior program coordinator with Keystone Foundation and focusing on the biodiversity conservation projects with Keystone Foundation. So Shaini is the one who wrote the proposal to HCLTech grant, and they won the HCLTech grant award in 2018 in the environment category for 5 crores. So Shaini will give you the real-time experience of writing these proposals and how was her experience going, going through these 7 stages of selection. And as I mentioned, in Tamil Nadu, apart from Keystone Foundation and BAM, we had Goval Trust, Amar Seva Sangam, Dhan Foundation, and CMC Vellore. So they have been the recipients of HCL grant in the past in these 10 years of our HCLTech grant. So, okay, to whom I should ask the question? Okay, so from whom I should start? You guys select. Shaini. Shaini, you're the most sought after person now, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so they want to ask, okay. So my question to you, so you have, in 2018, you were announced as a winner of HCL grant, and you have went through this rigorous due diligence from all these people who are sitting here. Okay, so majorly Mr. Rohit, Ambika ma'am, and Avani sir. Okay, so what has been your experience? What motivated you to apply to HCLTech grant, and how you cracked the HCLTech grant, all these stages?
Ellarukkum vanakkam, and congratulations to the HCL Foundation for edition 10, because we won the grant in 2018, which was in the initial stage where all these protocols were being prepared and kind of developed. And we came to know about this, the grant in 2016 when one of our partners had been known and they won from Northeast India. What we did was, we applied in 2017, but 2016 we prepared, what needs to go into this, what will be our problem statement, and how it could benefit, because there's always this sustainability and exit strategy, and how can the activities be interlined in understanding the issues which was very present for the landscape. And we worked in Kotagiri, in the urban and peri-urban region, where we have indigenous communities or the Adivasi communities, and also various other communities in this. And for us to understand what will be the key problem or the thread that we work on is what was one of our major issues, because we have different communities, and then the landscape has many other threats or concerns, and what would we approach? So that was first our a criteria which we were thinking about, and it was also in how we have understood the landscape. So water was one of our thematic areas, a thread which we had taken, which was linking to the communities as well as to the environment in that landscape. But how do you put this thread of water in this landscape was to understand the wildlife interaction was another connecting thread in this landscape, because you had the elephants, you had the gaur, and various other animals which was moving into the urban space. And it was the initial stage, and there was no much understanding about the behavior of this animal, what needs to be done. So that also was a thread that we kind of incorporated or added as a layer to understand or to bring in mitigations in the landscape and how the community can benefit. So the project was Hill, Wetlands and Waters for Communities and Wildlife. So that was a project which was connecting the ecosystem or the environment, ecology, and the communities. So that was the key thread which kind of put us into the various jury levels. And in our experience, I would say, because at present this group has the privilege of a symposium which is detailing on the process, what to do. But in 2017, I don't think we not have this, and we're kind of learning on the process. Yeah, and we have the jury members. I would say it was not easy. It was rigorous, and we had various questions from various members in terms of the governance and how it benefits, what is the replicability of this project. So we kind of had to address all this, but for us to put it in a positive way, and the team was very supportive to take us to the different level and various levels of the jury and to win this. And to say at present we have at least support of 25 lakhs, but then earlier it was you win or lose. So that was hard if we had lost that time, but yeah, we won.
But yeah, that's really very well said, Dr. Shaini. So how they revised their proposal, their strong problem statement and the solutions which they provided, and which made them the winner of HCL grant. I just have one announcement to make. Please, for 15 more minutes, we'll just wind up this and we'll be ready with the lunch and everything. So please, I know everyone is sitting here with empty stomach and all, but please bear with us for 15 minutes more. So now my question is to Avani sir. Sir, when these NGOs they apply, especially you are taking care of the environment projects. So when they apply, what is that uniqueness which you would like to see in your in the proposal, or what you have been seeing in this proposal?
Robin, this has been very challenging task because the environment is all encompassing. Everything is environment, right from health to livelihood to agriculture to you name it, and whether it is plastic pollution or whether it is wildlife or whether it is nature conservation. So it's really a tough task to select the people. But what we see, and I'm not the only environment subject matter specialist, there are 5 of us, and we fight with each other. Because for me, something may be more important than, what is in your mind. So we, and specifically me, I always go by the relevance. For example, whether the project which has come to us, whether it is relevant for that area. Now friends, when we read your project, we find that the relevance is shown. It's like an essay. It starts from, in the world the situation is like this, in India the situation is like this, and what is the situation in the project proposal area is very barely touched. Now those who have touched it with facts and figures, and they have brought out the entire thing. That is the first thing which attracts me. And of course, the organizational capacity, like Keystone is here and this friend is here. Then the impact which would be created by the project. For example, I was one of the jury, the selection panel members for 3 projects, and everywhere we found that the community, the government, and the NGO, they are all working in tandem. The moment it is clearer to us, to me in the field, that project becomes self-selecting. Of course, I must also admit, Robin, that my perception may not be entirely what sub-jury's perception is here, or even after jury, and then we get shocked there. Why my project has not been selected? So it's a mixed bag of the favorites and non-favorites, but environment is one field where the thing to be looked for, and you must keep in your mind that whether this would be providing an all-encompassing impact, livelihood, nature conservation, forests, wildlife, everything. Now I'm not saying that you try to make everything in one project, there has to be one focus, but whether it is extending beyond its immediate objective, whether it is only tree planting or whether it is only mangrove area conservation, it has to have a wider impact in the project area at least, and of course, the exit strategy is very key for me. Thank you, Robin, for asking this question.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. You have rightly said that your evaluation and, for example, Rohit's, GT's evaluation, Ambika ma'am's evaluation, there might be differences in their way of seeing projects. But how challenging it is for them to select these proposals is what makes their work very unique. So now my next question is to BAM NGO. So Banyan Academy is one of the runner-ups of HCL grant in 2021 in the education category, as I said. So you were not selected as a winner. Did it demotivated you? How it is keeping you motivated? Now every year also, like last year also you applied. Now, what is your message? Because there are a lot of NGOs who have been applying in HCL grant, but they're not getting selected for one or the more reasons. But what is your message to them? Because not only to HCLTech grant they have been applying, but maybe they have been applying to many other such grants where they're not getting selected. Some NGOs might be getting selected and getting funds. So your message to the NGOs?
That's a good question. For us, it's a learning experience because that's the first time the Banyan Academy was applying. Earlier, Banyan applied. And they shared one insight, when we asked, because they cleared the second round and then they went to third round and then they did not clear it. And they shared one experience is, you don't propose something new. You propose something that you have an experience, you have built expertise, you know what is it, because it is a huge grant to an opportunity to scale up. So that's a good insight that we received from them. So what we proposed is our own existing program to empower community-based mental health care workers. That is, every panchayat, at least one member of the community to be empowered with the mental health care. But the process itself is a very learning process. In every stage, when you clear every stage, the questions they ask or the due diligence visits, by either the financial, due diligence or a legal due diligence or a project due diligence, it is all a learning, process. One important insight that we learned, in one of the visit by, I think, Nikhil, Pansar, what we mention as a direct beneficiary is number of students, enrolled into this program. He asked a question. You are mentioning that there is a fieldwork component in your education. In fieldwork, what these people do? Then we said that they go and educate community members, they refer people with mental health issues to the treatment. Are you not considering them as a direct beneficiaries of your program? That is a very important insight. I think more than a grant winning, I think these are the insights, which helped us to understand our own program, better, which we were doing for so many years. And coming to the last, the day that they announced the grant, there is a video about, each of the programs that they are considering. The minute we saw the program, when they announced the winner, we said that they deserve more than our program. That's what every one of us really felt, because the geography, I remember it was a tribal geography in a North Indian state, about a school education, how they, struggle. And so we felt, maybe at this point of the hour, 5 crore to that project is very important than our program. That was, our, immediate, feeling. And our learning, post the, grant also, because of our understanding, about our own project through this entire process, which helped us to move into the next level also. Just want to share what happened after that. We applied, for a Healthy Brains Global Initiative. It's outcome-based funding. They said that, out of, I think, 100, projects that they listed in their, this was future in the subsequent years, because we learned how to even display our own project now better. Then the following year, we applied for a huge grant, based on our understanding of this program, empowering community workers. Now we received a 20 crore, grant, for the next 4 years. And just last month, the WHO Southeast Asian region has listed 16 community-based mental health program, and this program that won the runner-up grant was listed as, one of the program. So all this, I believe, is a learning experience of this entire, process. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. What a great thought. Just shared that might be that NGO was more deserving that yours. So that is a competitive spirit. And I'm sure when they apply next year, they must have got inspired from them, and they'll apply with a stronger proposal. Now my next question is to Ambika ma'am. So Ambika ma'am, I would rather say that the most challenging times when she gets the top 10 proposals selected from thousands of proposals which we receive, when they get as a sub-jury member in front of them 10 proposals, and those are 10 topmost, the best competitive proposals which are being presented to the sub-jury, and they have the duty of selecting the top 3 NGOs for the jury round. How difficult it is for you, ma'am, and what you see in those proposals while evaluating and selecting these NGOs? Because with the sub-juries consist of 4 members, and Ambika, for the past 7 years, she has been one of the members of a sub-jury in the education category. So ma'am, over to you.
First of all, it's not easy. It's very, very difficult, because Grant Thornton, the field visit SMEs, so there's so much of reading material that comes to us. So for every such submission, the final submission, there's a whole lot, right from the proposal to the field visit report to the change theory, and most importantly, the entire budget, how you're going to spend the 5 crores if in case you win the grant. So yes, amongst the sub-jury itself, there's always a massive, fierce debate that kinds of breaks out. But then finally there's a consensus, because there are a few things. One, very important, is the costs. So what is this particular submission going to achieve? Is it an undermet need or an unmet need? And what should take precedence? And when we say what should take precedence, we also look at the macroeconomic conditions. Which region is it targeting? So that's one very important thing that we look at. And then, of course, the rest of the due diligence, all the submissions we go through. One important parameter that we always look for from a sustainability point of view is that when you get this 5 crore money as a winner, how is your overlay in terms of a spend? Is it very capex heavy? Is it very opex heavy? In case this 5 crore is going to be very operational expenditure heavy in the budget proposal that you submit, we look at, okay, now what happens after this 5 crore is over? How sustainable is it? Or if you've got a good mix of a capital expenditure and an OPEX so that you can sustain. So you're creating assets which will take this forward. That's the second thing. And third, most important, while all of you said when, you know, Robin asked you inclusion, and you spoke about gender diversity, it's not just gender diversity, it's also how mainstream can you get this done with the local authorities, with the panchayats, right, with the health workers, if it is around improving health and healthcare system. So we see for a connectedness in every such component that you submit. So we look at all of it, and in Hindi we say 19-20 ka farak hai. It's just a very delta difference between each of the final 10, because the entire team, Nidhi and team, Grant Thornton and team, they've done enough work. It's for us to just do the final sifting and seeing anywhere is there a crack or is there a disconnect, so that we can catch it at that point, and then so
And I'll just supplement, she doesn't ask too many questions.
No, she asked. Who said, sorry, she doesn't?
Maybe
you know, she is education, you are environment.
Oh, sorry. Plus, don't then let. Okay, that explains.
How Ambika drills us when she asks these questions. But anyways, to take the discussion, thank you so much, Ambika. You know, it was really helpful for these NGOs, you know, to deep dive into what, apart from these evaluation parameters, what all the things is they see when they, have these discussions on these proposals. Now, my last question to you, is for you, Rohit. Now, just one announcement to all the NGOs who are watching us live and, and who are here today. This is for the first time when you can see a winner sitting there, a runner-up sitting here, and all the evaluators, starting from sub-jury, subject matter expert, and the governance partner who has been associated with us. So you have all the stakeholders here. So if you have any questions, we'll take 2-3 questions after this panel discussion. So Rohit, you have been, as Grant Thornton, have been associated with HCL Grant from edition 2 onwards. And this vast experience of going through all these proposals, your team and yourself, going through all these proposals from edition 2 to edition 10, what is the difference you're seeing every year when these NGOs, when they're applying to HCL Grant, irrespective of the eligibility criteria, which we have been reducing, for the convenience of the NGOs. So there was one guy who was asking why you are not increasing the grant money, you are just reducing the eligibility criteria. Because with these symposiums, we were getting a lot of, requests from these NGOs, who are from the rural areas, that, we don't have that much, average expenditure of 1 crore and all, but the work which they are doing is really transforming. So that was the reason we presented this, along with Nidhi, we presented it to the board, and board, they decided, okay, we are ready to reduce the eligibility criteria for health and education so that more and more NGOs can then come into this competition. And if you see the HCL Grant winners, people have perception that there are only big NGOs. No, if you see the number of NGOs which we have, the most number of NGOs which we have are the NGOs who are just touched the eligibility criteria. So they are in that, bracket of line. We have the mix of small, big, and medium NGOs who have won these grant, not because of the size of the organization, just because of the model they have presented to the evaluators. So Rohit, over to you. So what has been those difference, you have seen in all these 7-8 editions which you have been part of HCL Grant, and your message to the NGOs?
So thanks, Robin. I think if I really look back or look at the process very objectively, I think it's one of the most unique processes that sort of exist, because it's not just a grant, it's also a competition. So when you, as Grant Thornton, actually we play different roles at different levels. So initially, because the due diligence happens in a kind of a way. So initially our mindset is very narrow. It's just focused on 4 or 5 key documents it's on the, the financial statements, etc. So the lens is very narrow. And then as the stages keep going, it moves up, up the ladder to a stage where, it's a do's and don'ts in terms of the base parameter. And then finally, when it comes to looking at evaluating the winners, it's a combination of being both objective and subjective. So it's really kind of like a forensic. It's a validation that, so we might have looked at the same NGO, but from a different lens initially. So if I really look at the journey over the years, I think the NGOs have had the advantage of having many years of winner and runner-up NGOs. So they actually have a base, drawn out of who potentially, or where potentially, how to write up a proposal, or where potentially winners can come out of. And I feel that they have sort of raised the bar, in terms of the base level compliances or the base level governance. However, every NGO is very different, and the key challenge is how can we present the facts to the sub-jury and jury members, because you're dealing with NGOs of different sizes, different structures, different objectives, right? So you have to kind of categorize and keep it such. So for example, if there is an NGO which has been in existence for a lesser period of time and is a smaller NGO, the same issue should be viewed in a slightly lesser risk lens. Whereas if that same issue is present in an NGO which has been there in existence for a longer period of time, but is larger in nature and has a certain governance pattern, then that could be alarming. So how do you actually view that, and how do you present that? It's something which we attempt to do. But going back to Robin's questions, I think while the bar has gone up basis the the base level checklist which is required, I think every year we have a mixed bag of NGOs. So we still have people with challenges. So very honest answer is that it still continues to be a mixed bag, but it continues to surprise us, and I hope we can do justice to the volume and the complexities which are there in every proposal.
So thank you so much, Rohit. Avni sir would like to add.
Just to add, in 30 seconds, I would like to tell this audience that all these things notwithstanding, there is one force which moderates the discussion, and that is sitting there.
Right,
no, as an evaluator, we found out that we might be committing one-sided or horse view opinion about a particular project, but whether it is pan-India, whether the aspirational districts are covered, whether is it repetition of the same region again and again, so go back to your table and work it again, and then we really come out. So I must acknowledge that.
Yeah, very rightly said, sir. Yeah.
No, I would like to second that, because many a times we have a log jam in deciding the winner, and that time probably our lenses are seeing it from a very different perspective, and that's when there's one voice that comes out. And Nidhi says, okay, but she will never influence. She maintains neutrality, and that's something. So I think a big round of applause for Nidhi. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Nidhi, for always mentoring our subject matter experts, sub-jury members, and all of us. So one thing which Rohit just mentioned, that how this bar is increasing, and we are becoming more and more competitive, and this one compendium is what we would like to show you, that the top 10 NGOs which reaches till sub-jury round, they've been featured here after all the due diligence before they are selected for the jury round, which calls for another detailed due diligence where governance partner GT visits those organizations. That's a different one. That's for the finalists. But these NGOs, once they all desktop, or online based checks, and even the calls, all those calls which happens with these NGOs, once they clear this, and once they are selected for the sub-jury, then only they are being featured in this book. So when they are featured in this book, this book is then disseminated to all the other donors, government, who are interested in knowing more about these NGOs who are working in these areas. And this actually makes it easier for them to select these NGOs, because these NGOs have gone through all the detailed due diligence till stage 6. So that's the benefit of getting into this book and participating in the HCLTech grant, irrespective of whether you win the grant or not. But when you are featured in this book, it makes your case more evident to the other donors. So one last question to all our panelists before we, when they're applying to HCLTech grant, but all of the donors who have funds, who are looking for NGOs, who are looking for a great proposal as per their requirement, what is your message to the NGOs, how they should pitch to the donors, to HCLTech grant, or any such individuals who would like to donate, so, and how they should write their proposals, your message?
One is, I think, all of us together learn at every stage of our organization phase or individual. So maybe we look at every feedback which is going to be helpful for you to improve, whether it's a donor or our own M&E team, or even external evaluators when they see at you, or even a government bodies which will visit you. I see that as an opportunity to improve you, because your intention is good. You want to make a difference. You want to support people. It is an opportunity to improve our efficiency, effectiveness, maybe look at differently, like they said, Dr. Pundir madam looking at. So maybe it's an opportunity to look at things differently, maybe use it and improve it, so that we all can do together, make a positive difference to the people or a geography where there is a greater need exists. Thank you.
I would just say only one word or one sentence. You think that you are a winner right from the time we have started writing the project, and whatever has been coming to your radar in that area where you are active, you select the project where your strength lies. So please work up for your strength and impress the donors. That's all I would like to say.
So I'm going to give a message more from the organization or the diligence perspective, is that one good way is to appoint one youngster in your organization to do a vendor, or what we call a vendor due diligence in consultant parlance, to do a self-diligence on your organization, on your governance. If you find something which is good, then you write it down and shout about it. If you find that there is a gap, then write down an explanation, so that when you get into that process from the donor side, you're able to at least give an explanation for the gaps. You can't cover all your gaps, but you should be having a logical explanation. And you get that from the senior people in the organization, because they have at times, they have a larger view, or they have a broader view.
Two things to say, because as NGOs, we have a criteria of minimum 5 years. So it would be good to do a SWOT analysis to understand where we fit in, the categories that we fit in, whether we are environment, education, health. So it gives a clear picture where you would want to pitch in. And the other thing is to say, be in the race. We may win, we may be a runner-up, but be in the race, because while in the race, we meet many people, and the process also leads us to define, redefine, and teach ourselves even better. And it also gives us visibility. Maybe 5 years before, I was not known, but now 5 years later, I am known to many of the things. So it also helps us to get in touch with many of other donors, as in the presentation which was mentioned, like the high profile, people need to know us first. So I think being in the race will help us to create a visibility in this world. Thank you.
So if I can just sum that up, this is one race where everyone is a winner. This is not a rat race. This is a race for a cause. So my message is, 10 years back and today, all of you have access to enough and more resources. You have the academy, right? So the HCL Grant Academy, the Foundation Academy. You have subject matter experts. You have volunteers. I heard Nikhil say reach out, right? So you have people that you can reach out to. So make use of all the resources, because this is one journey. It's not about perfection. It's about continuous improvement. All the best.
Thank you to all our panelists. We have a felicitation for them.
Thank you all the panelists for this wonderful session and your experience sharing. And I hope that everyone will have a great takeaway from this. And I would like to now call upon Ms. Ambika Natarajan to facilitate Mr. Avni Kumar Verma. Sure. I invite Mr. Robin Thomas to felicitate Mr. Rohit Bahadur. I would now invite Dr. Chetna, Technical Lead Health HCL Foundation, to honor Dr. K.S. Ramesh. Josh. I invite Mr. Joshua Livingston to honor Dr. Shaini Mariam Rahel. Thank you all. And I would like to invite Mr. Prajo Taru, Group Manager, HCL Foundation, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Hello. So good afternoon once again. Slight apologies from our side. I know we are slightly overboard, close to 2:30. But thank you so much for staying back despite the late timing for lunch. Right? Thank you once again. First and foremost, I would like to thank the management of IIT Madras for this collaboration of HCLTech grant. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Kaviraj Nair, CEO of the Office of Institutional Advancement of IIT Madras. Thank you so much once again for extending all the support. Also, Ms. Vasudha Narasimhan, Vice President, CSR and Corporate Relations from IIT Madras. Thank you so much, ma'am, for all the help which is extended, because it was a short, we can say it is very short time. We decided on this symposium in IIT Madras. Thank you so much. And I'd like to give a special thanks to Mr. Nikhil Pant and Mr. Bomik for giving all the insights regarding the Masterclass of CSR law and its amendments. I hope anybody want to learn more on CSR law, he has already given you the details of the CSR course. You can just browse HCLF Academy and register yourself and get enrolled for these courses. And we had two enriching panel discussions. One is on the decade of CSR law in India, reflecting on milestones and future directions. I was seeing some intense questions up and down. So we really love that spirit. Let us keep brainstorming these information. There may be many informations outside of this room which we are not aware as well. Let us get updated ourselves. So special thanks to Mr. Arul Jyoti Arasan, Additional Director, Rural Panchayat and Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, Ms. Radha Srinivasan, CSR Consultant, and Mr. Arvind Subramaniam, who is Consultant, Ex-Associate VP Startup TN. Thank you so much, all the panelists who has been part of this discussion. And also a special thanks for the motivation speech which was given by Mr. Nandakumar, IRS Officer, Commissioner of Income Tax. I think he was really charged up, and I was seeing the attention in the room. It was really great. Thank you so much, Mr. Nandakumar. And I would like to also thank Ms. Ambika Nadarajan, one of our sub-jury member, HCLTech, and thank you so much, ma'am, for coming all over and attending this session. And there were a few delegates from Malaysia also attended this session, and few from the Prime Minister's Office of Malaysia. They just left outside. But thank you so much for coming all the way for this session. And I think the critical part is on the experience sharing. I think even though people stayed back despite the late lunch, was for Mr. Avni Kumar Verma, Dr. K.S. Ramesh, and Dr. Shaini Mariam. I think these were real experience sharing which NGOs can take a lot of inspiration. I'm coming to it, Robin, don't worry, right? Finally, our knowledge partner, and Robin already told it's more than 9 years, the association with Grant Thornton. So it has been a glorious journey, I would say, with Grant Thornton in finalizing these NGOs for various path-breaking work. Thank you so much, Rohit, for all the work. And finally, I would like to thank Dr. Nidhi Pundir, who is the head of foundation, the master behind all these ideas. We want to do the symposiums, how to take it forward, etc. Thank you so much, Nidhi, for all the guidance and support extended. And finally, all the student volunteers of IIT Madras, IIM Indore, who has been instrumental in supporting us for organizing this symposium. And a big thanks to all the audience present here for coming all the way for the symposium. Thank you so much. One round of a big applause for all of you. And last but not least, special thanks to HCL Foundation team also, who has been behind the screen always, outside in the registration. Thank you so much. With just one information, I'll close this vote of thanks. There was a lot of inquiries about grant projects, etc. Please do follow HCL Grant website. So all the information is available. There is a helpline number also which team Shelley and Robin does, which you can contact and take informations. And in registration desk, we have a couple of our team members there. If anybody want to connect for any Chennai projects, there was an inquiry also. Chennai urban slum development, any projects, you can connect with the team. There is Newton and Monisha who is outside as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again. So see you next in the next symposium. You can follow it virtually also, June 15th in Patna. Right? Thank you so much. So we want to finally conclude this with a national anthem. So request everybody to rise up for national anthem. Thank you so much.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Somebody has missed an voter card in the name of Rakesh. You can